Hello everyone, in this video I'm gonna build a full stack AI chatbot. So right now I'm gonna log in with Google right here. So I'm gonna work with Clerk. So Clerk provide me a login form that connect with Google. So I can continue with Google right here. Then I'm gonna select my Gmail right here. Okay, so right now I have signed in with Google. So you can go to manage account right here. And then this is building right here. And then you can scroll down, you see choose your plan. So this account is a pre-plan. And if you want to go to premium plan, so you're gonna click subscribe right here. And then it will let you, and this is for testing. So pay with test card right here. Okay. Okay, then I can click get started right here. Okay. And then I can chat with AI, and this is AI assistant. So I can say tell me your joke, something like that. Okay, right here. And then I can generate with images. So you're gonna click images right here and then describe your title, your description that you want AI to generate you image right here. So I can say a boy playing with dog. Okay, then I'm gonna press enter. Sorry, something went wrong. Please check your connection. Maybe something wrong. So this is a pre-plan. So image only for premium plan. So you're gonna go to your account right here, and then I sign out right here. Okay, then I'm gonna sign in with a premium plan right here. So I'm gonna sign in with Google, and this account is a premium plan right here. And then I click get started right here. So you see this is a premium plan right here. So this is a history that I have asked AI assistant to generate me a text and images right here, right here. Okay, so I'm gonna test again. So I'm gonna press enter. Okay, so this is image that AI generated me right here. Okay. Yeah, it is the image, so I have generate a lot. So that's good. So in this project, I'm gonna use with React AI, Node.js Express AI, and Google AI Studio, and I'm gonna use ClipDrop AI for images. Okay, so right now I'm gonna create a folder that name AI Chatbot. Then I'm gonna go to VS Code right here. Then I'm gonna open my folder that name AI Chatbot. Okay, and then I'm gonna go to terminal, new terminal, and then I'm gonna create a React project. So this is gonna be npm create with add letters. And this is gonna be project name AI Chatbot Frontend. Then I'm gonna press enter. Then I can select React. Then I'm gonna select JavaScript. Okay, and then I'm gonna press enter. I'm gonna install with npm and start now right here. Okay, so right now I'm gonna open my project in the web browser, you see. So right now I'm gonna go to TailwindCSS. Then I can install TailwindCSS into my project. So scroll down, you see. This is I have created a React project already, and then I'm gonna copy this right here. And then I'm gonna go to my project, Control C, stop my project. And then I'm gonna cd my project name, and it's gonna be AI Chatbot Frontend. Then I'm gonna paste command line to install TailwindCSS. I'm gonna press enter. Okay, and then you're gonna expand this, and then you're gonna go to package.json right here. So you see dependency. This is TailwindCSS version 4.2.4. Okay, and then I'm gonna install React Router DOM. So it's gonna be npm install React Router DOM. React dash router dash DOM. So you're gonna press enter. Okay, so I have installed React Router DOM already right here. So right now I'm gonna work with project folder, and I'm gonna delete some file. So I open SOC, then I'm gonna delete app.ca right here. And then you're gonna go to app.js. So you're gonna delete all of this. Then you're gonna add all FCE right here. Then this is gonna be app. And in main, so I'm gonna delete strict mode right here. Okay. And then this is gonna be fragment. Then I'm gonna put app inside fragment right here. And index.cs, so you're gonna delete this right here. So right now you're gonna go to TailwindCSS. So I'm gonna copy this right here. And then inside v.config.ts, so I'm gonna go to project. This is a JS, so I'm gonna use JavaScript, not TypeScript. So I'm gonna paste inside this right here. And then I'm gonna go to TailwindCSS, so you're gonna copy this right here. And then this, so I'm gonna expand this, and I'm gonna add TailwindCSS right here. And the next step is you're gonna import TailwindCSS in index.ca. So I'm gonna go to project and index.ca right here. So you're gonna paste this right here. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to app.js, then I'm gonna test TailwindCSS. So I'm gonna say class name bg-blue-600. Then I'm gonna go to web browser. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, so right now I'm gonna type npm run dev to open project, to run project in a web browser. So right now I'm gonna go to web browser again. I'm gonna refresh. So you see TailwindCSS have applied in my React project. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to main.js right here. So I'm gonna import browser router. From React Router DOM. Then I'm gonna wrap this right here. Then I'm gonna move app inside browser router. Okay. Okay, the next step, I'm gonna go to app.js. So I'm gonna define a route. So I can import. This is gonna be route and route from React Router DOM right here. Okay, then I'm gonna delete this right here. Then I'm gonna add fragment. Inside this, I can add routes. Then I'm gonna add route. Okay, and then this is gonna be path slash, and this element I'm gonna add, I'm gonna create So right now I'm gonna go to SRC right here. So I'm gonna create folder that name component right here. And inside SRC the same folder, then I'm gonna create another folder that name pages. In pages, I'm gonna create a file that name home.jsx or FCE or a FCE right here. Okay, then I'm gonna import in app.jsx right here. I'm gonna import home from pages. And this I can insert home right here. Home. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna check in main.jsx right here. Browser, so I'm gonna add S right here. We're gonna add S right here. Browser, no browser. Sorry. Then I'm gonna go to web browser. Okay, you see, everything gonna be fine. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to component. Then I'm gonna create a file that name assign.jsx. Then I'm gonna type or ASCE. Okay, then I'm gonna create another file that is header.jsx or ASCE. Under components, I'm gonna create another file that name footer.jsx right here or ASCE. And then I'm gonna create another file that name hero.jsx or ASCE. Okay, then I'm gonna create another file that name plan.jsx or ASCE. Okay, and pages. So page, I'm gonna create another page that name chart.jsx. Then I'm gonna add or ASCE. And then I'm gonna go to app.jsx. So I'm gonna copy this route. Then I'm gonna paste below. So I'm gonna change this to chart. And I'm gonna import chart from pages. And I'm gonna change this to chart right here. So I'm gonna delete this right here. So I'm gonna add a fragment right here. Then I'm gonna import header. Import header from component right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna import footer from, sorry, so I need to change this. Okay, only double O, no 3O right here. So I'm gonna change this. Okay. Okay, after I have changed, so I'm gonna go to home. So I'm gonna delete this right here. So I can import again. Footer right here. Then I can import hero. Okay, then I can import this is gonna be plan right here. Okay, then I'm gonna insert header right here. Then below this I'm gonna add main, and inside main I'm gonna add class name flex-grow. Okay, right here. So right now I'm gonna go to header.jsx. So I'm gonna delete this right here. So I'm gonna add header tag. Okay, and then I'm gonna add div right here. Okay, and div I can add span. Okay, and below div I can add now tag right here. So in header, so I can add class name full w full ph sec py therefore plus justify between item center border b border dash slate dash 800 slash 60 backdrop blur md z dash 50 right here. So I gotta minimize this a little bit. Okay. So the next step, I'm gonna add class name in div right here. Select item center get dash to cursor pointer right here. Okay, and then in span, so I can add class name text dash xl font bold striking dash Thai. Then I'm gonna add chatbot right here. This is a logo, so I can add text in logo. Okay, inside navbar, so I can add button right here. Okay, in button, I can add class name ph-file py-2 text-sm font medium text slate -100 bg-y /file hover bg-y/10 border y/10 rounded full transition all duration -200. Yeah, so the next step I'm gonna go to index.md right here. So I'm gonna add class name in body. So I can add this class min age screen flick call bg slate dash age 850 text slate 50 font sans. So I'm gonna go to web browser. You see, this is a class that I gonna define in index.html. This is for color background right here. Okay, so right now I gonna go to web browser. Then I gonna type clerk.com. So I gonna use Clerk to sign in with Clerk to you log in, log out with Clerk. So then I gonna sign in. Yeah, I can sign in with my Gmail right here. Continue with Google. And then right here, so you're gonna create application. So I can click this. And I gonna name AI Chatbot right here. So then I gonna use Gmail and Google. So I gonna click create application right here. Okay, and then I gonna click React. Okay. So right now I gonna go to document right here. Yeah, then you're gonna click React right here. And then I can select core 2 right here. And this is React, so I gonna select React. Okay. So right now I gonna copy this command line to install Clerk in my React project. So right now I gonna go to VS Code. I gonna paste this right here. Then I gonna press enter. Okay, so after you have installed Clerk, so I gonna delete this right here. I don't need to install because I have installed already. So I gonna go to web browser. Okay, then I gonna select Clerk. So you're gonna go to dashboard right here. Yeah, you're gonna go to dashboard and then don't forget to select your project. So I have 3 projects that I have created. So the recent project AI chatbot. So you're gonna click AI right here, or you can click other project. But I click AI chatbot. I have clicked already. I have select already. So and this development. So I'm gonna go to configure. So you're gonna scroll down. And then you see API key, so you're gonna click this. Then you're gonna copy publishable key right here. So I'm gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna go to VS Code. Okay, and then I'm gonna create .env file. Then I'm gonna paste this right here. So I'm gonna delete this right here. Okay, so So right now I'm gonna go to document. So yeah, I'm gonna go to document. Yeah, you're gonna copy this right here. You're gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna go to VS Code. And this is for Node.js. So for React, so you're gonna copy this with Clerk publishable underscore key. Then I'm gonna delete this right here. Then I'm gonna go to browser again, and then I'm gonna go to dashboard. Then I'm gonna select project, and then I'm gonna go to configure, scroll down API key right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna copy this right here. So this is public key, publishable key right here. So you're gonna copy this. Okay, and then I'm gonna paste inside this right here. Okay. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to Clerk, and then I'm gonna continue to the guide in Clerk document. So yeah, I'm gonna click this. Then I'm gonna select core 2 right here. Okay. And I'm gonna select React. Okay, then I'm gonna copy this right here. Then I'm gonna go to main.jsx. So you're gonna paste below this right here. Okay. So I have import, with Clerk publishable key right here. And okay, everything the same. So you're gonna keep that file right here. Okay, the next step, you're gonna import Clerk provider. So I can import Clerk provider from Clerk/Clerk React right here. Okay, so the next step, I gonna insert Clerk provider right here. Okay, then I gonna cut this right here, place below this right here. Then I gonna select all of this, then spray a little bit. Okay. So right now you can access Clerk entire React project. So right now I'm gonna go to components, then I'm gonna go to header. So yeah, I'm gonna close all of this. I'm gonna go to header right here, then I'm gonna import. User button, user Clerk, and user from Clerk right here. Okay, so right now I'm gonna define if user. Okay, so below this I'm gonna add con, and this gonna be user equal to user. I'm gonna import user data from user from Clerk, and I'm gonna say con, and this gonna be open sign in right here from, and this gonna be Clerk. Yeah, Clerk right here equal to, not from. Okay, then I'm gonna say if user true. So I'm gonna add this gonna be open sign in right here. And if false, I'm gonna output this right here, this bottom, and this gonna be sign in right here. This gonna be log in. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to web browser. Okay, maybe problem. Yeah, so error. So you can add publishable key in main.jsx. So I'm gonna go to main.jsx right here. Then I'm gonna in Clerk provider. So you're gonna add publishable key. So I'm gonna paste publishable key equal to publishable underscore key. right here. We're gonna import this right here. That is import from .env file right here. So right now I'm gonna go to web browser, refresh, you see everything gonna be fine. So I'm gonna close all of this. Okay. So right now I'm gonna click login. So it don't work. So right now I'm gonna go to VS Code and I'm gonna go to header right here. Okay, so I put something wrong and this gonna be user button right here. And yeah, in bottom I gonna add on click and this I gonna add open sign in right here. So right now I'm gonna go to web browser, refresh, then I'm gonna log in. So it's still not work. So right now I'm gonna go to VS Code again, and yeah, I'm gonna change this to uppercase right here, sign in, and yeah, I can change this to uppercase. Okay, and then I'm gonna go to web browser again, refresh, then I'm gonna click login. Okay, you see I can log in with Google, so I can click continue with Google. Okay, so right now I'm gonna click continue. Okay, you see this is, yeah, it is a clerk management. So yeah, I can sign out and manage account. Okay, and this is email and this is my name. Okay. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to VS Code. Then I'm gonna go, yeah, I'm gonna go to home. Then I'm gonna import. Inside this, I'm gonna import uh, hero page. So I can add this right here, hero page. So then I'm gonna go to hero page. Then I'm gonna delete this right here. So then I'm gonna add section tag, and then I can add div right here. Okay, and below and inside div I can add h1 tag right here. Then I can add p tag right here. Then I can add div right here. So inside section I can add class name right here. Yeah, I can add class name min da a da 19 view high plate da call item sender justify sender ph da 4 text sender relative overflow hidden. Okay, then I gonna add class name inside div right here, max dash w dash 3xl space dash y dash a z dash 10. Okay, and then in h1 text, so I'm gonna add class name. Okay, so I'm gonna add class name a take dash 5xl the colon take dash 7xl font dash extrable tracking type bg dash clip dash take dash transparent bg dash gradient dash 2 dash or from dash blue dash 400 with dash indigo dash 400 to dash violet dash 400 pb dash 2 leading dash Thai. Okay, and then inside p tag, so I can add class name tag dash lg the colon tag dash xl tag dash slate dash 400 mac dash w dash 2xl m8 dash auto leading dash relax. Okay, and then inside div another div I can add class name pt dash sec. Okay, so then I gotta import navlink from React DOM, and inside a div I can add navlink. I can import navlink right here. Okay, and then this is gonna be to mean to navigate to /chat. I gonna navigate to chat page. Then in this navlink, so I can add class name. Yeah, I'm gonna add class name inline dash block ph dash 10 py dash 4 text dash sm font semibold text y bg dash blue dash 600 hover colon bg dash blue dash 500 rounded full transition dash all shadow dash lg shadow dash blue dash 500 slash 25 active colon scale dash 95 right here. Okay, and then inside if I'm gonna add get started right here. Okay, and then in this p tag, so I can add unleash the power of next generation models to accelerate your workflow, go from idea to production in seconds. Okay, and then in H1, so yeah, in H1, so I gonna add build fast, create fast right here. So right now I'm gonna go to web browser. You see, this is a tag that I have import from hero page. Okay, so when I click get started, it will goes to chat page. So it links to chat page right here. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to VS Code. Then I'm gonna work with plan. So I'm gonna import plan. Yeah, import plan from components. Then inside this, I'm gonna add plan right here. Plan, okay. And then you're gonna go to plans. So then I'm gonna go to web browser, refresh, scroll down to see plan. So in plan, so I'm gonna delete this right here. Then I can add section tag, and then I can add div right here. Okay, inside div, I'm gonna add another div right here. And then inside div, I can add h2 tag right here. And then I'm gonna add p tag. Okay. And below div, I can add another div right here. Okay. So in section, I can add class name py-24 ph-6 bg-slate-950 relative. Okay, inside div, I can add class name mac-w-5xl mh-auto. Okay, so the next step, I can add class name inside div right here. Text sender mb-16. Yeah, inside h2, so I can add class name take-3xl md colon take-5xl font bold mb-4 text-y. Okay, and then p text, so I can add class name take-slate-400. Okay, then in h2, so I can add choose your plan right here. And inside p tag, I can add scalable solution for individuals and professionals. So right now I'm gonna go to web browser. I'm gonna scroll down. You see, choose your plan and scalable solution for individuals and professionals. So right now I'm gonna go to Clerk right here. Then I'm gonna go to dashboard. Then I'm gonna go to configure. Okay, inside configure, so you're gonna choose building right here. So I'm gonna click settings. So in settings, I'm gonna add enable user building right here. Then I'm gonna click save. Okay, and then I'm gonna go to subscription plans. Yeah, we have pre-plan right here. So you're gonna click pre-plan right here. Pre-plan. Then you're gonna add some features. So I'm gonna click this right here. Then I have create. So if you don't have all of this, so you can click new, and then you're gonna create feature. But I have create already. So yeah, if you don't have, you can name your features. It doesn't matter, whatever. And then you're gonna click save feature right here. And then it will alert you to choose. But I have already in pre-plan, so I can choose 3 right here. Then I gonna add apply feature to plan. Then I can click save. So another step, so you're gonna add a premium plan. So I'm gonna back, then I'm gonna click setting. Then you're gonna click create plan right here. You can enable user building. So you're gonna enable this right here, and then you're gonna click create plan right here. So I'm gonna click this, and then it will show new user plan. This is you're gonna create premium plan for user right here. So and name I'm gonna set premium. Yeah, I can set premium right here. And then you're gonna scroll down, you see this is price, so I can add 9.99 right here. Okay, and then you're gonna click sale. Okay, and this is premium plan right here. Premium plan. And then you're gonna add some feature, so you're gonna click add. If you don't have all of this, so you can create new feature. You create whatever, so it doesn't matter how much or how many feature you're gonna add. So I can add 6 feature that I have created. Okay, so I'm gonna choose all of this. I'm gonna click all of this. Then I'm gonna click apply features to plan. So yeah, this is a feature right here. Okay, and I'm gonna refresh. So maybe something also I'm gonna add feature again. I'm gonna click apply to plan, then I'm gonna save right here. Okay, maybe I gonna go back. Okay, so I'm gonna check right here. This is premium plan, so you're gonna select this right here. Okay, so you're gonna add again, add feature. So I can add again. Apply feature to plan, then you're gonna click save. Okay, so successfully. So right now I'm gonna refresh. Okay. Okay, and then you're gonna go to document. I'm gonna go to document, Clerk document, and I'm gonna choose React. Then I'm gonna choose building management. Yeah, and then I'm gonna choose core 2 right here. Then I'm gonna choose building management. So I'm gonna click this, and then I'm gonna building for B2C. You're gonna click this right here. Then scroll down. So you're gonna copy this from Clerk right here. I can copy this, then I'm gonna go to my page, plan page right here, and then inside this. So so I'm gonna copy this right here. I'm gonna replace with this right here. Okay. And the next step, I'm gonna use same. I'm gonna use so right now I'm gonna go to web browser. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, I scroll down. You see, this is a plan, zero plan, and premier plan right here. So I can click subscribe. It will show links to payment gateway right here. So you can pay with test card right here. So I need all of this to be dark, same right here. So I can install Clerk. I can install Clerk same. So right now you're gonna go to VS Code, and then you're gonna open a terminal, and I Control C to stop. Then I gonna add npm install add Clerk /sems. So I'm gonna press enter, and then I have installed SEM already. So if you didn't have, you can start, and then you're gonna check right here. This is a Clerk SEMs, and this Clerk React right here. So I have installed already, so I don't need. If you didn't have, you can press enter. That's okay. That's it. And then you can apply. You're gonna close all of this. Close all of this, and in plan, so you're gonna apply. So I'm gonna add import dark mode from Clerk SAMs, and I'm gonna replace this with dark mode right here. So I'm gonna replace with dark mode right here. So you can add priceable and this appearance. Okay, and then I'm gonna delete this because we don't need these variables. Okay, appearance and by SAM we're gonna use dark right here. And then I'm gonna go to web browser, and then I'm gonna refresh. Okay, maybe something. So I'm gonna run. Okay, I have installed already. So then I'm gonna run React in web browser again. Okay, then I go to web browser, refresh, then scroll down. You see this is a dark mode right here. It's much better. I click this. Okay, it open. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to VS Code, and then I'm gonna go to footer. So I'm gonna work with footer right here. So I can add footer tag right here, and then this is gonna be div. Okay, and below div, inside div, I can add another div right here, and div. Okay. Okay, and then I'm gonna add class name in footer. So this is gonna be class name w full border t border slate 800 slash 60 bg slate 950 py 12 p8 6. And next step I can add inside div, I can add class name, and this is gonna be class name my w da 6xl 8 dash auto flag da call the colon flag row justify between item center get dash 8. And then inside div I can add a class name. So take slate 500 take sm flag item center get 2. And then inside div I can add I can add copyright 2020 set your company or right reserve. So you can add your company right here. I just add a chatbot, something like that. Okay, inside div I can add class name, flag derive, justify center, get da 8 da 8, get da y da 4, take sm, take slate da 400. And then I can add a tag right here. Inside a tag, I can add class name, cover, tag, blue 400 transition colors. Then I gonna copy this right here, and then I gonna paste below 3 times. Okay, inside div I can add API status. Inside div I can add documentation, and inside div I can add privacy, and inside div I can add terms. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to web browser. Then I'm gonna scroll down. Okay, so I can go to home and add footer below flag right here. Then I'm gonna go to my browser. Okay, this is footer right here. Okay, so the next step I'm gonna work with chat.js right here. So I'm gonna delete this right here. So I can say div right here. Then I'm gonna add this is assign. Assign. So I can import assign from component. So I can open assign right here. Okay, then I'm gonna insert assign. Okay. So below assign, I'm gonna add main tag right here. And inside main tag, I can add a top bar. Okay. I'm gonna mark top bar right here. Then I can add div. And inside div, I can add another div right here. And then I can add another div right here. And inside div, I can add another div. And then div, I can add span tag. So, and div, I gonna delete div right here. I gonna delete. Then I gonna add button right here. So I gonna spell it a bit okay. And inside div, I can add class name. Flex item sender satisfy between p8 6 py-3 border-b border-zin-800 bg-zin 850. So I'm gonna minimize this right here. And then inside div, I can add class name, flex item sender get2 right here. And inside div, I can add class name w-7 a-7 rounded-lg bg-indigo-600 flex item sender justify sender. Okay, and then span, so I can add class name text sm font semibold text-zin-100. Okay, so right now I'm gonna install Lucide icon. So I control C to stop, npm install. Then I'm gonna paste right here Lucide React. So I'm gonna press enter. Okay, then I'm gonna go to package.json. So I scroll up, you see, scroll down, and you see Lucide icon, a lucid icon. I don't know the pronunciation right here. Maybe a lucid icon right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna minimize this. Okay, then I'm gonna close. I'm gonna close flank, footer, and header. So right now I'm gonna import icon from lucid React right here. So I can import send sparkle image icon type plus from lucid icon right here. Okay, and inside div I can add a sparkle icon right here. Then I gonna add size 14, class name text y right here. Okay, so another step I can add class name in div right here, inside div. So flex a screen bg-zin 950 text-zin 200 overflow the hidden style font family sans serif right here. And then in main, so I can add class name flex call flex1 min w0 relative right here. And then you gonna add inside span, so you're gonna add text that say AI chat right here. Okay, so the next step I gonna add message below this. I can say message. I gonna remark message right here, and then I can add div. So I gotta minimize this, and inside div I can add another div right here. So the next step I gonna import data from Clerk right here. I can import sign in user, user, and auth from Clerk/Clerk React right here. And then I gonna import state from React right here. So below this I gonna add a con, and then I gonna get user from this is user from user, and then I gonna add con, and this gonna be get token from auth. Okay, because user and use auth inside Clerk right here, Clerk data. So I gonna create a user and get token. This is from use auth and from user. That is data from Clerk. Okay. So another step I gonna add, and this gonna be use state. I can say messages, and then I gonna set messages use state use state right here. Then I gonna set, this is square bracket. Then I gonna set, role assistant content hello. I can help you with text or image. What are we building? And this mode, I gonna set default text right here. This is a data that I gonna set in messages. That this data is in default, something like that. So I gonna spell a little bit right here, enter new line. Okay, then I gonna scroll down to see this is a message. So I gonna flop that. I can say if message. I gonna map on message. So I can say map, and this is a function. Inside function I gonna add ig message and I mean index right here, arrow key. Then I gonna output square bracket right here. Then inside this I can add div right here, div. Okay, so div I can add key and key I right here. And inside div I can add a class name. So I can say click get 3 and sg if role user. I can output flick role reverse. If false, flick role right here. So this is a ternary operator. Okay, and below this I gonna add this is avatar, mean image. I can say avatar right here. And then I gonna say if sg dot sg dot role equal to user is true, so I can output. And if false, so I can gonna output another. So if role is equal to user, so I gonna add image right here. So SRC, so I gonna enter new line right here. And then I gonna add a class name inside images. So class name W8 and 8 rounded full border zin 700 flex string 0 object cover. And then this SRC I can add image, so I can say user dot URL image URL from Clerk right here. And this is gonna be images. And then below this I can add if false, so I gonna add div right here, if false div. And then I can add a sparkle icon from lucid icon right here. And in icon I gonna add size and class name. Inside div I can add class name W8 rounded LG PG indigo 600 flex dash string dash 0 flex item center justify center. Okay, the next step inside below this I gonna add this is gonna be content. I gonna output content right here. So I can add div right here. So inside div I can add class name. So I can say a class name a da w da 75% of 100 right here, and rounded to hl ph4 py da 3 take sm leading relax. And then I can say sg role equal to user is true, so I can output this bg indigo 600 y take y and rounded dash t or sm right here. And if false, so I can output this line of code right here. This is a class name that I can define in content right here. So inside div I can add I gonna add a prop, and I can say msg mood equal to image and msg role equal to assistant. So it's true. I can say if true, so I can output, and if false, so I can output another right here. So I'm gonna work with true. So if true, I can output images that soc msg dot content right here, and are generated and class name rounded hl make w the full age auto right here. And if false, so I can output another. And if false, so I can output p tag class name white space free wrap msg dot content right here. So yeah, I can spell it a bit right here, and then I gonna add another if. Yeah, if this gonna be colon, then I can say msg dot row equal to assistant is true, so I can output this right here, and then I gonna prop msg dot content right here. Okay, so I gonna cut this right here, and I gonna add div to cover that content right here, so I can paste this. Okay. Okay, so right now I'm gonna work with take import. So below message right here. So this I'm gonna add import, import area. I'm gonna make this, then I'm gonna add div right here. And inside div, I'm gonna add another div. Okay. And inside div, I'm gonna add import box. Okay, then I can add div. And inside div, I can add another div right here. Then I can add button right here, button. Okay, and another button. Okay, so right now I'm gonna add class name inside div right here. I'm gonna enter new line a little bit. Okay, so class name absolute button dash 0 left 0 right 0 p8 dash 4 pb dash 5 pt3 bg dash gradient dash 2 dash t from zin dash 950 within the 950 slash 95 to the transparent. And below this, I can add class name make w2hl h auto space 2 space y2 right here. Okay, and inside div, I can add class name. So yeah, I can turn a new line a little bit. Okay, class name bg zin 900 border zin 700 rounded to hl overflow the hidden focus within colon border the indigo 500 transition colors. So you can add this right here. And then inside div, I can add class name flex get 1 ph3 pt 2.5 right here. And then bottom, I can add class name. So yeah, I can turn a new line, and then I can add type and this button. Okay, and this also the same. So type and this button right here. So this class name flex item center. So I can enter a new line. Get 1.5 ph3 py1 rounded lg take xs for medium transition colors. Okay, and inside if I can add icon, so I can add Thai icon. Yeah, Thai icon, and then I'm gonna add size file right here. And yeah, in this I can add class name. The second button I can add class name flex item center gap 1.5 ph3 py1 rounded lg take xs for medium transition colors. Okay, then I gonna add this is gonna be a image icon. Yeah, I'm gonna add image icon right here, and then I'm gonna copy this right here side. I'm gonna paste inside this right here side. Okay, and then this I'm gonna remark a little bit. Okay, and this is gonna be mode import right here, mode import. And mode import, so below mode import, so I'm gonna add form, and it's gonna be import row right here, import row. So I spell it a bit. Okay, so I'm gonna add form tag, and form tag I'm gonna add import tag, and then I can add button right here. So form tag I'm gonna lead action right here, then I'm gonna paste with class name like item center get to ph3 py 2.5, and this this import, so I can add a placeholder right here, and then I'm gonna add class name, so I'm gonna enter new line a little bit. Okay, class name flick1 vg transparent take sm take zin 100 placeholder colon take 600 outline none disable opacity 40 disable cursor not allowed right here. You're gonna add class name right here. Okay, and inside bottom, so I can add this is gonna be Thai. I can add submit. Okay, and I can add class name. Class name W888 flag item center justify center rounded HL VG indigo 600 hover colon VG indigo 500 take Y transition colors disable colon opacity 30 disable cursor not allowed flag string 0. So you can add class name right here. So inside bottom I can add icon. This can be send icon right here. Then I can add size 14 right here. Okay, so I can scroll up import box. Yeah, import box right here. Import box. Okay, then I can add p tag right here. P tag, and inside p tag I can add AI can make mistakes. Double check important info right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna add class name. So yeah, and enter a new line right here. And class name take center take 10 ph right here, mean pixel right here, and take scene 600. Okay, and then I can scroll up. So yeah, below this I can say if not user, then I gonna return bracket, and inside div I can add div right here, and inside div I can add sign in right here, sign in from Clerk. Okay, if not user is not logged in, so we let user navigate to login form to log in first in order to go to in this page. And then I can add class name. So I can add class name right here. Then I can paste this right here. Flag item center, satisfy center, a screen, which is in 950 right here. So right now I can check. Yeah, in this button right here, AI chat, below AI chat span, and this is button. So I can add class name. Yeah, so I can add class name, flag item center, gap 1.5, ph-3 py 1.5 rounded lg vg sin 800 hover colon vg sin 700 take sin 300 take xs font medium transition colors. And inside this button I can add icon that name plus icon, and then I can add size 13 right here, and this I can say new chart. Okay, so the next step, inside below message, so I can add class name right here, and this gonna be class name. So I can add class name plate1 overflow y auto ph4 py6. Then I can add class name inside div also. So class name make w2hl mh auto space y6 pb40 right here. Okay, so the next step you're gonna scroll down inside this right here icon, Thai icon. So I can add this is gonna be Thai. I can add text. Okay, text, and then this is image icon. So I can add this is gonna be image. Okay. Okay, so right now I gonna open project npm run dev. Okay, then I can select this, and then I can click get started. Okay, so I can sign in with Clerk. Okay, then I gonna get started. Okay, yeah, this is a UI in chart. Okay, and this is a site, so I gonna work with a site, and I think everything gonna be fine. Okay. Okay, so now I'm gonna work with a site, so I'm gonna go to VS Code. Yeah, and then I'm gonna close chart right here. Then I'm gonna go to chart, and then assign right here. So I'm gonna open assign in component right here. So I'm gonna delete this right here. Then I'm gonna add this is gonna be assign tag. Okay, in assign, so I'm gonna add class name W30 flick call 8 full BG sin 900 border or border sin 800 right here. Okay, then I'm gonna add a style. So I can add style font family. Yeah, the sans serif right here. Okay, and inside assign, so I can add div right here. Then I can add another div. Okay. Okay, and this I can add brand. Okay, I'm gonna remark that brand. Okay, and then I can add class name. So select item center gets to ph4 py4 border b border sin 800. Okay, you're gonna add this. Okay, and then you're gonna add class name inside div also. W7 A7 rounded LG BG indigo 600 flex item center justify center flex string 0. Okay, so I'm gonna minimize this. So right now I'm gonna add icon from Lucid. Okay, so I'm gonna add logout icon message where plus sparkles from Lucid React icon right here. And inside this I'm gonna add icon that name sparkle icon. And then I can add size and class name. So size 14, class name, take y right here. Okay, and then inside below div, I can add this is a span right here. Then I can add class name, take sm font semibold, take scene 100 tracking type, and this is gonna be AI chart. Okay. And okay, then I'm gonna minimize this a little bit. Okay, and then below this I can add new chart right here. Okay, then I can add div, then I can add button right here, and div I can add a class name ph3 pt3 pb2 right here, and bottom I can add class name. So I'm gonna minimize, I'm gonna enter a new space a little bit. Okay, and then class name w full take item center justify center guide to bg indigo 600 hover colon bg indigo 500 take y take xs font medium ph4 py 2.5 rounded xl transition colors, and then inside bottom I can add icon that name plus icon. Then I can add size 14, and then I'm gonna say new chart. Okay. Okay, then the next step I can add history right here. History remark right here. Then I can add div. Okay, inside div I can add p tag right here, and then below p tag I can add div. Okay, and in div I can add class name flag1 overflow y auto ph3 py2, and p tag, so I can add class name ph2 tag 10 ph font semibold uppercase striking with dust text in 600 mv2 mt1. Okay, and inside this I can add history. Okay. Okay, and then inside div I can add a button right here, and button I can add span. Okay. Okay, so yeah, below div inside div I can add class name space y 0.5. Okay, right here. And the next step inside in button I can add class name. Yeah, I can add class name w full take items start gap 2.5 and take life ph 2.5 py2 rounded lg transition colors take scene 400 hover colon bg scene 800 hover colon take scene 200 group. Okay, you can add this, and then I can add class name in span, so mt 0.5 plate string 0 take scene 600 group hover take indigo 400 transition colors. Okay, inside span, so I can add icon that is message square icon. Then I can add size 13. Okay. Okay, and below span, so I can add div, and then I can add span, and I can add another span. Okay. Okay, so inside div I can add class name flag call mean w0, and in span, so I can add class name truncate take as leading relax right here. Okay, and then I can add a class name, so take 10 ph take scene 600 mt 0.5 right here. So in the first span, so I can add history message, and another span, so I can add date, so 12 04 2026. Okay. Okay, so the next step, so below history, so I can add, yeah, below this I can add user profile. I'm gonna remark that user profile, and then I can add div below this right here, and inside div I can add another div, and then I can add images tag. Okay, and below image tag I can add another div. Okay. Okay, so scroll up, so you're gonna add import data from Clerk. So I can import user Clerk protect from Clerk right here. You're gonna add this. Okay, and then in assign, so I can add con, and this is gonna be user equal to user from Clerk. Okay, and then below this I can add con. So I can add con, and this get token no from equal to Clerk right here. Then I can add con, and it's gonna be sign out. Then I can import from Clerk. Okay, and use get token, so we're gonna delete this is from, so I can add another that is auth, so I can say auth from Clerk. Okay, and then this is gonna be auth. Okay. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll down, and in image, so I can say curly braces, and then this going to be user data from clerk dot image URL. Okay. So I gonna enter a new line, maybe cleaner than before. Okay. And then I can add class name, and this class name W8 rounded full object cover flag string 0 border sin 700. Okay, and then in div, so I can add span. Okay. And inside div, I can add class name flag call mean W0 flag 1. And then in span, so I can add class name take XS font symbol take zin 200 truncate. Okay, and then in span, so I can I can output user dot full name. Yeah, full name from clerk. Okay. Okay, and below span, so I gonna add pre-plan or premier plan. So, and this gonna be protected that I gonna use from clerk. Okay, protected right here. And inside this, I gonna add plan premium. Okay, and then I gonna add fallback. Okay, fallback, and then span class name take 10px take zin 500. And this is a pre-plan right here. You can add this, and then below this I can add another span. So, and it's gonna be premium. I can add premium. This is uppercase. Okay, then I can add class name. Yeah, I can add class name take 10px take indigo 400 font medium right here. So I gonna enter a new line, maybe better. Okay, and inside below div, I can add another that's gonna be button right here. And then I can add below this, I can add title that is sign out. Okay, and then I can say on click. This is gonna be sign out, that sign out from clerk. And then below this, I can add class name. Yeah, class name P1.5 rounded LG take sin 600 hover colon take red 400 hover colon BG red 400 slash 10 transition colors flag string 0. So you can add this right here. Okay, inside bottom I can add logout. Yeah, I gonna log out from clerk. Okay. In logout, so I gonna add size 14. So sorry, this is not from clerk. This is from Lucid icon. This is a logout icon right here. So scroll up, see logout icon from Lucid React. Okay. And bottom, and this is on click. This is a sign out data from clerk. Okay. Okay, so right now you're gonna scroll up, see a user profile. So this you're gonna add class name ph3 py3 border sin 800. So you can add this right here. And then inside div you're gonna add class name. So click item center get 2.5 ph2 py2 rounded xl hover colon bg zin 800 transition colors. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll up. I can search some information. Okay, and then in images, so you're gonna add images. You can add images right here. Okay, and then you're gonna change this to history. Not you're gonna correct this word. Okay, so so right now I'm gonna go to web browser. Yeah, okay, so you see this is a site that I have built. Okay, and this is user image, user profile, and this is a logout icon. Okay, when I click logout, it log out from application. Then I gonna click get started. So user have to sign in order to use that application. So I can continue with Google. Okay, and then I gonna get started. Okay. So right now I gotta work with backend. So I'm gonna minimize this. Then I gonna create a folder that name AI Chatbot Backend right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna go to terminal, new terminal. Yeah, then I'm gonna cd my project. Okay. Okay, then I'm gonna initialize project. So I'm gonna say npm init. That's why this is we're gonna create a package that contain npm composer, npm package right here. So this is we can say initialize project. So I can press enter. Okay, this is package JSON right here. So this is this is a package. Okay, so the next step I gonna install. I gonna install express.env right here. So you're gonna type npm express.env course and a source. So I gonna press enter. Okay, you see, you go to package JSON and then you're looking for dependencies. So we see a source course.env express. So right now I'm gonna create a file that named server.ja. Server.ja. Okay, so I'm gonna minimize this. Then I'm gonna import Express from Express. I'm gonna import course from, and it's gonna be course. Okay. Then I'm gonna import .env/config. Okay. Then I'm gonna say con app equal to, I'm gonna use express. Okay. Then I'm gonna say app.use. Then I'm gonna use express. Then I'm gonna say app.use course right here. So I'm gonna put course about express right here. And this is express. Then I'm gonna change this to .express. I'm gonna use JSON right here. And then I'm gonna say con port equal to process .env port or 3000. We're gonna import port from .env, or if no port, we're gonna output port number 3000. Okay. Then I'm gonna say app.listen. Listen. And then I'm gonna pass port, and this gonna be function. Okay. Arrow function. Then console.log right here. Then I'm gonna say server running on port. Okay, then I'm gonna pass ports. Okay, and then below this I'm gonna add a route. So I can say app.get method, and then this gonna be route slash, and then arrow function, and inside bracket I'm gonna add REST request and response with REST right here. Then I'm gonna respond to server. So REST.send function, and then inside it I can say backend is running. Okay, backend is running right here. Okay, so the next step I'm gonna use Node.mon right here for development in backend. So I'm gonna open terminal. Then I can say npm install dash save dash dive right here. So I can press enter. So the next step, I can install Node.js right here. So I can open terminal right here. Then I can say npm install dash save dash dive Node.js. Okay. Then I gonna press enter. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to package.json right here. So yeah, Node.js have installed in that dependency right here. This is for development mode. Okay. Okay, then I gonna add in below main. So I can add Thai, and this gonna be module right here. I can add module and script. So script I gonna change this to server. Then I gonna change this to Node.js and then server.ja. I gonna run server.ja file right here. Okay, and then I gonna go to terminal and then I gonna start npm run server. Okay, so right now server running on port 3000. Okay, right here. So the next step I gonna create folders. So I gonna close all of this. Okay, inside AI Chatbot backend, so I gonna create folder that name config folder and then another folder inside backend. Okay, and this gonna be route and inside backend also. So I gonna create controller folder right here. And inside backend, so I gonna create another that name middleware folder. Okay. Okay, so right now I'm gonna work with Neon database. So I'm gonna go to web browser, then I can search Neon database. Then I gonna sign up with Neon. Sign up with Google right here. Okay. Then I gonna click next. Okay. And project name, so I gonna add this gonna be AI Chatbot. Okay. Then I gonna select. So I can choose Singapore right here. I live in AISaaS, so I gonna choose Singapore. Then I gonna create project. Okay, then I gonna go to project. Okay, and then I gonna close all of this. So right now I gonna go to connection string right here. Okay, so yeah, you're gonna copy connection string and this is database. So yeah, I can copy all of this. Then I'm gonna go to my VS Code and then inside, yeah, I'm gonna create a file that name .env. So I can say .env right here. Then I can say database URL. Then I gonna paste connection string from Neon right here. Okay, and then you're gonna go to Neon database. So I'm gonna close this. Then I'm gonna search for document right here. Okay, then you're gonna go to document and yeah, framework right here. You're gonna select develop framework and I gotta choose Node.js right here or Express.js. Okay, and then you're just gonna scroll down. Yeah, so you're gonna install Neon package. So I'm gonna copy this right here. npm install neon database slash serverless. So I'm gonna go to VS Code, then I'm gonna open terminal, Control C to stop server running, and then I'm gonna pay npm install neon database slash serverless. Then you're gonna press enter. Okay, so right now you're gonna check in package.json right here. So you see Neon database 1.1.0. This is a version of Neon database. Okay, and then you're gonna go to Neon database and scroll below. Yeah, this is a connection string. So you have created already. And then you're gonna go to scroll down. Okay, so you're gonna import. Yeah, you're gonna say SQL and import database URL from .env file. So I'm gonna go to my VS Code, then I'm gonna inside config. So you're gonna create a file that name db.ja. Okay, and then you're gonna import connection string, mean database URL inside db.ja right here. And then you're gonna say import neon from neon database slash serverless. Okay, and then I'm gonna go to neon database. So yeah, I'm gonna copy this right here. I'm gonna copy this, then I'm gonna go to my VS Code, and then I'm gonna paste below right here. Then I'm gonna say export default, and then actual. Okay, so the next step is I'm gonna install Clerk with Express.js. So I'm gonna go to a browser, then I'm gonna search Clerk. Okay, then I'm gonna document, and then I'm gonna work with Express.js. So you're gonna click Express.js right here, core tool. Okay, then I'm gonna so you're gonna click get started. So quick start. So you're gonna scroll down. Yeah, you're gonna click npm install Clerk / Express. Okay, you're gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna open my terminal right here. Then I'm gonna paste. Okay. Then I'm gonna press enter. So right now I'm gonna go to package.json right here. So I'm gonna check. Yeah, Clerk Express. Okay, version 2.1.12. Okay. Okay, and then you're gonna go to Express, go to Clerk, and then scroll down. Yeah, you're gonna copy this right here. You're gonna copy Clerk publishable key and Clerk secret key. Okay, you're gonna copy this. Then you're gonna go to VS Code and looking for .env file, and you're gonna paste below this right here. Okay, and then you're gonna go to Clerk and go to dashboard right here. So this is your dashboard, and then you're gonna go to configure right here, configure, and you look. I scroll down. You have to looking for API key. So I'm gonna click API key right here. You're gonna click this, and then you're gonna copy your publishable key and secret key. Yeah, I'm gonna copy this and this. So after you copy, you're gonna change this to your actual publishable key and secret key. This is for testing right here. So I'm gonna delete this. Then I'm gonna copy. Yeah, I'm gonna copy publish key right here. Then I'm gonna paste inside this right here. And this is secret key, so you have to copy your secret key right here. I'm gonna copy this right here. If you didn't have secret key, so you're gonna add. So I can click add new secret key. And this is AI Chatbot. So you're gonna name your secret key. Okay. Then I gonna click create. Okay, and then it send you the code that you're gonna confirm. So I gonna go to my Gmail and then I gonna copy that code. Okay, so then I gonna paste right here. Okay, and then you're gonna copy AI chatbot. So I gonna copy this, then I gonna click done. Okay, then I gonna go to I gonna paste inside this right here. This is a secret key. Okay, so then I gonna close this also. So the next step, you're gonna go to middleware right here, and then you're gonna create a file inside middleware. So and it's gonna be auth.ja. So you're gonna create a file that name auth.ja inside middleware. And the next step, I'm gonna import, and it's gonna be auth client. And it's gonna be Clerk client from Clerk Express. Okay. So the next step, I'm gonna add export con auth equal to arrow function, and inside this I'm gonna add a scene, and then in bracket I'm gonna add request response and next, and inside this I'm gonna add try catch block, and in try, so I can say con user ID equal to right request dot auth from clerk. I can check if not user ID, then I gonna return response dot JSON. Okay, and then this I gonna add, and then I gonna add success return false. Then I gonna add message please log in. So I'm gonna change login. This is gonna be sign in right here. Please sign in. Okay. Okay, and the next step, I'm gonna get user. This is gonna be get user from clerk. So then I can say con user equal to await clerk client dot user dot get user. Okay. And inside bracket, I gonna pass user ID. Okay. This is a user that from Clerk client. Okay. Okay, then I gonna set plan in Clerk. Set plan into Clerk. Then I can say request dot plan. If request dot plan user equal to user dot public metadata dot plan, and metadata can be null. Okay, and equal to premium plan if true, so I can output premium, and if false, so I can output free. Okay, and then I can say rise request dot free usage equal to user dot private metadata dot free usage or 0. If no free usage can be 0. Okay, I can set free usage equal to metadata dot free usage right here. And the next step, you're gonna add next. Okay. Okay, and catch block. So I'm gonna add console.log, and this gonna be errors dot message. Okay, and then I gonna return this gonna be res.json, and then this gonna be success return false. and then I can add message, and I can say message. I can add error dot message. Okay, so I need to check. Yeah, it's a usage not. So you have to correct this right here. Usage. Okay, and this is usage. Okay, usage. Okay, so the next step you're gonna go to server.js. So I can import Clerk middleware right here. So you can import Clerk middleware from Clerk/Express, and then below this you're gonna add app.u Clerk middleware. Okay, you're gonna add this. Okay, and then below this I'm gonna add app.get. Okay, and below this I can add Clerk handler. Okay, Clerk handler route. So I can say app.u right here, and then this can be arrow function. Okay, and then inside this I can add error require respond and next. Then I can check if error dot message equal to an authenticated. Okay, I'm gonna return respond dot status. Okay, status I can set for 01 dot with JSON and curly braces, and this gonna be message. Then I'm gonna say authentication required. Okay, and below this I can add respond dot status and if 500 dot JSON, and this I can add message, and then I can say server error. Okay, so this is for for error in route name. So if route didn't match the route name in application, so we're gonna show this right here. Okay, and the next step, Clerk middleware. So you can add function. This is a function right here. Bracket, you can add bracket. Okay, you can import this Clerk middleware from Clerk Express and use Clerk. Okay, use Clerk middleware. Okay, so right now I'm gonna work with controller. Yeah, I can create a file that name AI controller.ja. Okay, so I need to change this. AI controller. Okay, and then I gonna export con, and then this gonna be generate AI equal to a scene and arrow function, and inside bracket I can add request and respond, request and respond right here, and then I can use try catch block. Okay, then I can add con, and this is gonna be user ID equal to request dot auth, that auth from Clerk. Okay, and then I gonna destructure from and mood. Okay, con, and this gonna be the structure from and mood. Yeah, from request dot body, and then then I gonna add con, and it's gonna be the structure plan and free usage come from request, that request body. Okay, come from request, that request from Clerk. Okay, from Clerk, request body of Clerk. Okay, so the next step I can say I gonna validate. Yeah, validation. Okay, so I can say if not from or not mode, then I can say return right dot status. Okay, and setter I can say 400 dot with JSON. I can add JSON right here, and then inside JSON I can add curly braces, and it's gonna be such. So such gonna be fall, and then I can add message. I can say from and mode are required. Okay, so the next step I gonna work with subscription, and this gonna be subscription and plan check, and this is limit check. Okay, so I can say if plan not equal to premium, then inside this I can add free usage equal mean greater or equal to 10 right here. So then I gonna return right dot status, then this gonna be status for 0c, then I gonna return with JSON. Yeah, JSON, and then square curly braces. Okay, and this I gonna add such return fall, and then I gonna add message. Then I can say limit reach upgrade. Yeah, upgrade to premium. Okay, and this I can add limit reach return true. Okay, and next step I gonna set I can say mode equal to images. If mode equal to images, so I gonna return response dot status for 03. Okay, and then with JSON, so JSON I can add curly braces, and inside this I can add such fall. Okay, such a fall, and then I can add message. I can say upgrade to premium plan. Okay, so I can change image is required premium plan. Okay, image is required. Okay, premium plan. Okay, and then I gonna add let, and this gonna be result. Okay, so right now I gonna work with AI generate. Okay, AI generate. So I can say if mode equal to type. Okay, so right now I gonna go to Google AI Studio. So I gonna open So I'm gonna go to AI, Google AI Studio right here. Then I'm gonna click. Yeah, I'm gonna click this right here. Get started, okay. And then I'm gonna go to get API key, okay. And then, yeah, I'm gonna click create API key right here. And this is your project. So yeah, you're gonna create your project. So I'm gonna create project. And then this is gonna be AI chatbot. I gotta click create project right here. Okay, then I gonna create key. Okay, gonna click this. Okay, and then you're gonna copy, yeah, API key, and this is your Gemini API key name, your project. So yeah, I gonna copy right here API key. I'm gonna copy this, and then you're gonna go to .env file, and then below you're gonna add Gemini API key. Okay, and then you're gonna paste. So yeah, Gemini API key right here. Then I'm gonna go to again, and then I'm gonna copy this right here. Then I'm gonna paste this. Okay. Okay, then I'm gonna close. So this is your project. So you can click this also, and then you're gonna copy your API key. Okay, this is your key. So then I'm gonna go to document. Then I'm gonna scroll down, and I'm looking for open AI compatibility right here. You're gonna select this, and I can select JavaScript. Okay, and this is the file that you have to do with API with Google right here. Okay, so the next step you're gonna install. Yeah, you're gonna install OpenAI. So I'm gonna go to VS Code. Then I'm gonna open my terminal, and then I'm gonna see my project, and this is gonna be AI Chatbot Backend. Okay, and then I gonna npm. I gonna install npm. Yeah, install. So yeah, I gonna click this right here. Npm install OpenAI. So you're gonna press enter. Okay, then you're gonna open package.json, and you will see, yeah, OpenAI version 6.35.0. Okay, and then you're gonna go to document, and then you're gonna copy this right here. So I'm gonna import. I gotta copy this. Then I'm gonna go to VS Code. I'm gonna go to controller. Then I can import OpenAI from OpenAI package. And then I'm gonna copy this also. Yeah, then I'm gonna paste this right here. So this is Gemini API key. So you're gonna import this right here. And then you can use this code, in your project. Okay. So right now I'm gonna process. I'm gonna say process .env dot. So you're gonna go to .env file, and then you're gonna copy this right here. You're gonna copy this, then you're gonna go to AI controller, and then you're gonna paste this. And this is you're gonna import a Gemini API key from .env file right here. And then I'm gonna scroll down. So I'm gonna work with AI generate. Okay. So right now I'm gonna copy this right here. I'm gonna copy con respond right here. Then I'm gonna go to VS Code. I'm gonna paste below this right here. So I can spell it a bit, okay. And this is row user. So yeah, I can delete this right here. So I don't need system. I can use only one row user, and I can set this is a from. So I can import from right here. I have extract from required body right here. This is a from, so you can import from right here. Okay, so the next step I gonna add, this is gonna be result. I can say con and then result equal to, then you're gonna go to, you're gonna copy this right here. Okay, then you're gonna paste inside this. So I'm gonna delete this right here. Okay, so I'm gonna add a result equal to response twice, index 0 message, and then this can be content. Okay, I can add content right here. So the next step, this is for text generate. So then I can add another image generate. So if, and then I can add L right here. Okay, then I'm gonna go to terminal right here. Then I can install package. So I can say npm install, and this is gonna be from data. From data mean we gonna install this package for handle image upload right here. So I can press enter. Okay, then you're gonna check in package JSON right here. Okay, this is from data version 4.0.5. Okay. And then the next step is, I'm gonna go to AI controller. And the next step, you're gonna scroll up. So you're gonna import from data. So I gonna import from data from data right here. And then you're gonna import a shows. A show from a shows. And the next step, I can import Clerk client from Clerk Express. Okay, you can import this. And the next step, you're going to import SQL from db.js. You can import right here SQL from the config folder right here. So I'm gonna import SQL from config/db.js. Okay, so the next step, you're gonna scroll down. So I'm gonna update from, so I can say con, and this is gonna be from data equal to new from data. Okay, and then I can say from data dot append means update. Okay, and this is gonna be from, and I'm gonna pass from. Okay, right here. Okay, so the next step, you're gonna connect with image. So I'm gonna work with ClipDrop. So I'm gonna go to web browser, then I'm gonna search ClipDrop. Okay, ClipDrop API. Okay, so you're gonna scroll down. So you see this is a ClipDrop. So you're gonna click this. This is image generate. So you're gonna sign in with ClipDrop. I'm gonna sign in with Google. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to my Gmail, then I'm gonna confirm. Okay, and then I'm gonna go to API. So you're gonna go to, and this is sign in. So I'm gonna sign in with I'm gonna sign in with Google, and I'm gonna copy this my email. Okay, so I'm gonna check my Gmail right here. Okay, so you open your Gmail, so you're gonna click sign in to ClipDrop APIs. So I can click this and then it will redirect to this right here. And then I'm gonna claim my 100 free credits. So ClipDrop give you 100 generate, mean 100 times. So when you generate image, so only 100. So I'm gonna claim all of this. And then I'm gonna name Phanit, okay. And then you're gonna put your phone number, your country phone number, and then you're gonna click claim my credential, and then you're gonna reveal API key right here. Okay, so I have just signed in with my phone number, and then I'm gonna reveal API key right here. And then I'm gonna copy my my API key right here. And then you're gonna go to VS Code right here. And then I'm gonna navigate to .env, and then I can say ClipDrop API and key. Then you're gonna paste your credential right here. ClipDrop, you make sure that you have to enter a correct word. So ClipDrop. Okay. Okay, so the next step you're gonna go to ClipDrop. Okay. Everything gonna be fine, and then you're gonna go to document right here, and then select, you're gonna go to text to image. You're gonna work with this, and then this a code that you're gonna do right here. I work with JavaScript, so I'm gonna click this right here. You're gonna work with this right here. Okay, so then I'm gonna go to controller, and then below this I'm gonna add con, and it's gonna be data equal to await, and then this gonna be a shows. I'm gonna add a show dot post method. Okay, and then you're gonna copy API URL, so you're gonna copy this right here. So I'm gonna copy this. Okay, then I'm gonna paste this. Okay, and this I'm gonna add form data. Form data, and I'm gonna add curly braces, and inside curly braces I'm gonna add header. Header and response type. Okay, response type. Header, I gonna pass your, so you're gonna copy this right here. You're gonna copy API and key, and this is your API key right here. This is a header right here. So that's why I'm gonna add API key and process.env.ClipDrop API key. This is I'm gonna import from .env file right here, and this is response type. And then I'm gonna add array buffer. Okay, so the next step I'm gonna work with uploading buffer into Cloudinary. Okay, Cloudinary. So right now I'm gonna go to web browser, then I'm gonna search Cloudinary right here. Then I'm gonna sign in, sign out for free right here. I'm gonna click this. I gotta sign in with my Google Gmail right here. Okay, so I gotta select this right here. Okay, and the next step you're gonna go to API key. You're gonna click this right here, and then you're gonna generate new API key. So you're gonna click this right here, and you have to confirm your your Gmail. So I'm gonna go to my Gmail, then I'm gonna copy code. Okay, I have to copy my, I go to my Gmail, then I'm gonna copy code, then I'm gonna paste right here. Then I'm gonna click approve. Okay. So, okay, so I'm gonna click admin right here, update. Okay, and this is, yeah, you can edit your name, and this is AI chatbot. I can name key name right here, and then you're gonna copy API key, and this is a secret key. So right now you're gonna go to VS Code, and then you're gonna go to .env file, and yeah, I'm gonna create cloudinary name right here. And below I can add cloudinary API key, okay. And the next step I gonna create cloudinary API secret. So right now you have to copy your cloud API key, your cloudinary cloud name, your cloudinary name right here. So I gonna go to, yeah, and this is your cloudinary name. So you're gonna copy this right here. So I'm gonna copy this, then I'm gonna go to VS Code, I'm gonna paste, okay. And then you're gonna copy your API key. So you're gonna copy this, and then you're gonna go to VS Code, and then you're gonna paste inside this right here. And then you're gonna copy your secret key. So this is your secret key. Then I'm gonna copy this right here. Then I'm gonna go to my VS Code. Then I'm gonna paste API secret. This is API secret, not secret key. So you have to copy three fields, right? Okay, then I'm gonna close .env file, and then I'm gonna work with controller. So in order to upload file into cloudinary, so you have to install npm install cloudinary. So you're gonna check in package.json. So I didn't have cloudinary, so I'm gonna install cloudinary. Okay. So then you're gonna press enter. Okay, and this is your cloudinary version 2.10. Okay, so I'm gonna close this. Okay, so then you're gonna scroll up. So I'm gonna minimize this a little bit. Okay, and then you're gonna import cloudinary. So I can say import v2 as cloudinary from cloudinary. Okay. And then you're gonna go to cloudinary right here, and then you're gonna go to document. So I'm gonna click document. Okay, and then you're gonna go to developer, and then documentation right here, and you're gonna select this is gonna be Express. So I'm gonna search Node right here. You're gonna click Node, and then you're gonna scroll down. You're gonna install npm install. So I have installed already, and then you're gonna import cloudinary right here, and then you're gonna copy this right here. So I'm gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna go to VS Code, and then I'm gonna paste inside this right here. So right now you're gonna change this to process.env from .env file. So I can say process.env then you're gonna paste your cloudinary cloud name right here, and this is your API key. So I can delete this, then I can say process.env and you're gonna paste your cloudinary API key. Okay, and also you're gonna delete this right here. So you're gonna add process.env and then you're gonna paste cloudinary API secret. Okay, so after you have config cloudinary, then you're gonna scroll down, and you're going to work with uploading buffer into Cloudinary, mean upload image into Cloudinary right here. So I can say con, and then I can name, and it's going to be upload response equal to await. Okay, then I can add new, and it's going to be promise. Okay, promise. And then I can add function inside promise function, and this is going to be arrow function. And inside bracket, I can add resolve and reject. Resolve and reject. Okay. And below this, I can add Cloudinary. Yeah, Cloudinary dot uploader dot, and this is going to be upload, and this is going to be upload URL. Okay. Sorry, this is not upload dot upload, and this is going to be upload stream. Okay, stream, and this is a function. So then I can add ClipDrop, and it's going to be folder. So you're going to name your folder. So I'm going to name AI underscore, and it's going to be chat, and then underscore images. This is a folder. Then public ID. Yeah, public ID. And then you're going to add backend right here, and then this is going to be user underscore $ curly braces, and it's going to be user ID from Clerk. Okay, and then you're going to add underscore, and then $ curly braces, and this date. Okay, date function. So date dot, I can add now. Okay, and then I'm gonna add comma, and then I'm gonna enter new, and then I can add bracket, and it's gonna be error, and then result. Okay, and this arrow key bracket, and it's gonna be error. If error is true, so you have to add reject, and then you're gonna pass error. Okay, and if false, so you're gonna add result right here, result, then you're gonna pass result. Okay, and then you're gonna add another dot, and this is gonna be an function, and then you're gonna pass data. This is a syntax. Yeah, this is a syntax of uploading Cloudinary, so you're gonna add this right here. Okay, and then this is gonna be semicolon. Okay, so this is wrong. So I'm gonna cut this right here. So you're gonna play inside this right here. Yeah, you're gonna play inside it. Okay, and then you're gonna add result. Yeah, result equal to upload response dot, and then this is gonna be secure URL. Okay, you're gonna add this right here. Okay, so right now I'm gonna update usage and database. So I can say update usage and database. Then I can define let equal to new usage. Let new usage equal to free usage. Okay. And then I can say if plan not equal to premium. curly braces, and then I can say new usage plus mean increase 1. Okay, and then gonna add a wait, and I can add clerk client dot user from user dot, and this is gonna be update user update metadata. Okay, and then this is gonna be user ID curly braces, and then I can add private metadata. Okay, metadata, and then I gonna add pre-usage. Yeah, pre-usage equal to colon new usage. Okay. Okay, so the next step you're gonna go to Neon database. So I can search Neon database. Okay, and then you're gonna select AI Chatbot, your project right here. Okay, and then you're gonna go to SQL editor right here. So yeah, so I'm gonna delete all of this. Okay, and then I'm gonna create a table that name message. So I can say create table right here, and then this table name message. Okay, and then I'm gonna add ID, yes, serial, and primary key. Okay, and this is clerk underscore user underscore ID. Okay, because the messages belongs to clerk ID. Okay, mean clerk user ID, and then this can be char. I can add 255. Okay, and not null. Okay, and then I can add another field role, and role this is going to be char. Okay, and 20 not null. Okay, and the next step I'm gonna add mode right here. Then this can be varchar 20, and this can be not null. Okay, and then I'm gonna create content field right here, and this can be type and not null. Okay, and then below I'm gonna add created add. Okay, and this gonna be timestamp. Okay, timestamp with time zone. Okay, and then default I can add default, and this can be current timestamp. Okay, and below I'm gonna add updated add. Okay, updated add, and it's gonna be timestamp. I can add default now. default now. Okay. So right now I'm gonna select all of this, then I'm gonna click run. So settlement executed successfully. So right now you're gonna go to table in the left side right here. You're gonna click tables. And then you will see this is a field. So I have created that field. Okay, and then you're gonna go to VS Code, then continue with save to SQL, means save to Neon database. Okay, and then this gonna be insert into DB. Okay, and then I gotta add a wait. I gotta import SQL right here. So make sure that you have to import SQL from config db.js right here. This is a Neon database. And then I gonna add backend right here, and then I gonna enter a new line, and then I gonna say insert into message table right here, and then I gonna add bracket, and it's gonna be clerk user ID field, and then role field, and then mood field, and then content field. Okay, and then you're gonna enter a new line, and then I'm gonna add values. Value I'm gonna add $ curly braces, and it's gonna be user ID from clerk, and then this gonna be user, and sorry, this gonna be user, and then this gonna be $ curly braces mood. Okay, and then $ content mean from, so I can add curly braces, and it's gonna be from right here, from. So the next step you're gonna add another, and this is for user. User we're gonna insert into table for user, and then for AI mean for assistant. So I can say this is assistant right here. So I can add right here assistant, and I can add this bracket. Okay, this is it's a one record, and another is a two record right here. So we can add. So, and this gonna be, so I can delete it right here, and this gonna be $ and user ID. Okay, and then this gonna be assistant right here, and then this gonna be mood. Okay, and then this gonna be result. Okay, result mean from AI. Okay, so the next step is I gonna define user mean usage. So if a user using pre-plan, so we're gonna -1 right here, and then we're gonna output the remain number. So I can say con, and then this gonna be warning equal to plan not equal to premium. Not equal to premium. And then I can say and new usage. Okay, new usage greater or equal to 9. If true, so I can say if true, so I can add by text, and then I gonna add $sign, curly braces, and it's gonna be 10 minor new usage. Okay, we're gonna minor usage mean increase 1, we're gonna minus 1. Okay, and then I can say free message live. You have, for example, you have 5 free message live, something like that. And then below this, if false, so if false, I can add null, when return nothing. And then I gonna return right .json, respond with JSON, and then curly braces right here, and then I can add success, return true, and then I can add result, and then I can add free usage, free usage, and I can add equal to new, mean a colon new usage. Okay, and this can be warning, mean warning right here. Okay, so the next step I gonna work with catch block right here. So I gonna add console dot error. So then I gonna say AI. Okay, then I gonna add error dot response. Dot response can be now dot data or error dot message. Okay, and then below I gonna add console. I gotta add con, and this can be status. Okay, status equal to error dot status or error dot response can be now dot status, or I can add 500. Okay, and then I can add con message equal to status equal to 429. If true, so I can add server busy. Okay, if false, so I can output generation form right here, and then I can add race dot status right here, and then I can pass status, and status I can add JSON, mean respond with JSON, and curly braces, and this can be success, return false, and then message, I can pass message right here. Okay, so right now I gonna check the error or wrong word. So Control F, then I gonna search pre-usage, enter. Okay, so I gonna change this to usage right here, usage. You gonna change this to, okay, and then I'm gonna scroll down. You're gonna check all of this usage. Okay, we're gonna add S. Usage. Okay, correct. And this can be usage. Sorry. Usage. Okay, no result usage. Okay, you're gonna change this to usage. So the next step, you're gonna check in update usage and database. So you're gonna change this to update. Update right here. So update metadata. So I'm gonna type again. Update metadata. Okay. Update metadata. Okay. Sorry, this is not update user metadata. Okay, so I can paste this right here. Update user metadata. Okay, so then you're gonna scroll down. Okay, and then in AI generate intake, mode intake right here. So you're gonna delete con. This is not a variable. This is I gonna not put con it before a result right here. So I gonna set result equal to response.choices index 0 message.content right here. So you're gonna delete con. So the next step I gonna search limit reach. So you're gonna change this to reach. You're gonna add 8 right here, reach. Okay. And the next step you're gonna scroll looking for images. So in image folder, so you're gonna add. So we have many images inside AI chart images folder right here. So the next step is you're gonna add, and this response can be null, and choices can be null. Okay, and then this can be null, index 0 can be null, and message can be null. Okay. Okay, so the next step I gonna work with route. So you're gonna go to routes right here. Then I gonna create a file that name AI route.ja. Okay, and then I gonna import Express from Express right here, and then I gonna import controller. So this gonna be generate AI from controller. Okay, and then you're gonna this is not this is lowercase right here. So you're gonna add .ja right here, and then you're gonna import, and this gonna be auth. Import auth from middleware right here, slash and middleware slash auth. Okay, and the next step I gonna add con, and then I gonna define router AI router equal to, and this gonna be express express dot router right here, and then I gonna export default, and it's gonna be AI router. Okay, and below this I can add AI router dot post method right here, because this is a post method, and inside bracket I can add define route name, and it's gonna be generate right here, and then I can pass auth, and then I can pass general AI from controller. Okay, and then you're gonna go to server.json, and then so in below this you can add dot use right here, and then I can add route name, and it's gonna be API slash, and it's gonna be AI right here, and then I gonna add this gonna be route, so I can say AI router right here. You got import AI router.ja, so you can add .ja. Okay, so the next step you're gonna open Postman. I'm gonna use Postman to test API, so I can add post method and http localhost 3000 API slash AI slash generate right here. So you're gonna add this, and then in header, so you're gonna add content type application slash JSON authorization. You're gonna I gonna add bearer, so I can delete this token right here. Okay, in order to get token that verify from client, so you're gonna go to VS Code, and then I'm gonna go to front end, and then I'm gonna go to app.jsx right here. So I'm gonna define con, and this gonna be I'm gonna use get token from Clerk. Get token equal to auth from Clerk. So you're gonna import auth from Clerk, okay? And then you're gonna use effect. Yeah, you're gonna import your effect right here from React, okay? And then I'm gonna add this is gonna be arrow function and dependency. So and then I can find get token. Yeah, get token. Then and inside this I can add function, and inside this I can pass token. This is gonna be token. And then I can add CLG, mean console.log right here, and this is gonna be token, okay? So right now I'm gonna go to web browser, then I'm gonna click inspect right here, go to console, and then I'm gonna refresh. Okay, and this is a token, so you're gonna copy this token, and then you're gonna go to Postman right here, and then you're gonna add inside bearer space, and then you're gonna pass your token right here, and then in body, so this is a prompt, so you're gonna tell me your joke, for example, and this is a text, so you can text right here. From and mood gonna be text, and this is a from that you're gonna you want AI generate your question right here. So then I'm gonna press send right here. So okay, so right now I'm gonna go to VS Code, and then I'm gonna run server, so I can say cd my project, and it's gonna be backend right here. Then I can say npm run server. Okay, then I'm gonna go to VS Code, then I'm gonna go to Postman, then I'm gonna click send right here. So sign in. So right now I'm gonna go to front end, I'm gonna refresh token, then I'm gonna copy that token right here, and then I'm gonna go to Postman, and then I'm gonna paste token below this right here. So you're gonna delete old token, and then you're gonna paste new token, and then you're gonna click send right here. Okay, so right now successfully, so success true, and this is a result that AI generate a text that tell me your joke right here. And this is pre-usage, so 1, and this is warning, return now, something like that. Okay. And then you're gonna type in images, so I can change this to images, and this is gonna be lovely dog, okay? And then I gonna click send. So right now you're gonna generate a new token. Then I'm gonna copy this token right here. Okay, then I'm gonna go to header, then I'm gonna delete old token, replace with new token. Then I'm gonna click send. So for image, it require premium plan. So right now you're gonna go to your React front end right here, and you're gonna click manage account, and this is free plan. So you're gonna change to premium plan. So I'm gonna click subscribe to premium plan. I'm gonna click this. Then I'm gonna click pay with test card right here. Okay, so right now I have successfully changed to premium plan. Then you're gonna go to manage account, billing, and then you see you using premium plan right here, subscription 9.99 per month. Okay. So right now I'm gonna go to Postman. Okay, so I'm gonna inspect and generate token again, console. Then I'm gonna refresh. and then I'm gonna copy this new token. Then I'm gonna go to the Postman. Then I'm gonna delete this old token. Then I'm gonna replace with new token. So then I'm gonna click send. So image require a premium plan. Okay, so the problem, you're gonna go to Clerk. Because this is for testing, so Clerk didn't generate in a premium plan. So you're gonna update, you're gonna edit to be premium plan. So I'm gonna click clerk.com, and then you're gonna go to dashboard. And then you're gonna go to users. So this is, you're gonna select user right here. And then you're gonna scroll down. You see public, we see nothing. So this is pre-user, we have pre-user 1. So then I'm gonna click public. And this you're gonna change to plan. Yeah, because Clerk didn't generate to be plan usage, because this is for testing. So that's why Clerk didn't send data that say this is a premium plan right here. So you're gonna change this to plan and premium right here, premium. And then you're gonna click save. Okay, so right now you have subscribed to be premium plan right here. So then you're gonna go to, yeah, so I'm gonna generate token again, new token. I'm gonna copy this token. And then I'm gonna go to Postman. Then I'm gonna delete this old token. Okay, and then you're gonna paste right here. Okay, and then you're gonna click send right here. Okay. Okay, so then you're gonna click this link. It will show images. Okay, this is images of lovely dog that I have generated. I asked AI to generate me a lovely dog right here. Okay, so right now we have successfully create AI controller and show text and images. So the next thing I gonna work with history chart. So I gonna close front end right here. I can close all of this. Okay, then I'm gonna go to controller. Then I can create a file that name chart controller.js. And then I can import SQL from to dot slash, and this can be config slash db.js. Okay. And below this, I gonna export, and this gonna be con. I gonna name get chart history equal to a scene right here, arrow function. And a scene I gonna add request and response. And below this, I can use try catch block. Okay. And then I gonna find ID, so I can add con and then user ID equal to request dot, and this gonna be auth. So request dot auth, that auth from Clerk. Okay. We're gonna get ID from request right here, from request. And then I'm gonna add con, and then I'm gonna add message right here equal to, and then this is gonna be await, and then I'm gonna add SQL right here, then basic. Okay. So then I'm gonna enter. So I'm gonna say select. This is I'm gonna use query to fetch data from Neon database. Then I can say m1, yeah, I'm gonna add m1.id, and below this I can add This is going to be m1. So m1 dot content right here. So yeah, and it's going to be m1 dot mood, m1 dot created add. Okay, and then this is a main query, and then I'm gonna add subquery. So we're gonna add bracket, and this gonna be as result. Okay, as result. Then I'm gonna say from, and it's gonna be capitalized from. Okay, then I can add message, and this is gonna be m1. Okay, and below this I can add where, and this is gonna be m1 dot clerk underscore user underscore id. Okay, and then this equal to $ user id. Okay, and then I can add and this is going to be m1 dot role equal to user, and then this is going to be order order by, and then this is going to be m1 dot created add, and descendant, we're going to select descendant right here. Okay, so I'm gonna cut this right here. I can cut this, and this is gonna be single quote, and we're gonna enter a space, and then I'm gonna paste this right here. This is descendant right here, and then I'm gonna add this, gonna be limit. I can select 20 message from database. Okay, and this is a main query that I can select 20 latest images from database right here. Okay, and this is a subquery. So subquery, we're gonna query assistant from database. So inside this, I'm gonna add select m2 dot content right here. From message, and it's gonna be m2 right here, where m2 dot clerk user id right here equal to m1 dot clerk user id, and it's going to be and m2 dot role equal to assistant right here, and then I'm gonna say another and m2 dot id greater than m1 dot id. Okay, then I can add order by. Okay, order by m2 dot id, and then I can add ascendant. Okay, ascendant right here. I see. This is ascendant. Okay, and then I gonna limit one. Okay, only one. So right now we're gonna output only one message for assistant, and that message greater than m1.id mean this is follow m1 id mean follow user id. If user id is select, and then m2.id will follow that m1 right here. So we're gonna get only one message, and then m2 id2, and then it follow the rule. So this gonna be m2 id follow the m1 id. Okay, so I hope you understand about it. And this is we call subquery right here, and this is main query. Okay, main query we're gonna select user from database and limit 20, so 20 messages from database right here. And it is subquery, and subquery we're gonna identify by ID right here, m2.id greater m1.id. This is for follow the ID of m1 right here. Okay, so the next step I gonna return response. Okay, this gonna be response.json right here, and inside JSON and add curly braces, and it's gonna be success return true. Okay, and then I can add message right here, and in catch, so I gonna add console, and then this gonna be error, console error, and then I can say history error. Okay, then I can add this gonna be error dot message right here. Then I gonna return response status. This is gonna be status 500. You're gonna add 500 with JSON, and it's gonna be JSON, and then sweep curly braces, and it's gonna be success, and return false right here. And then you're gonna add message, and then I can say could not fit history right here. So I can add double quote right here inside this semicolon. Okay, so the next step, you're gonna go to route, then you're gonna create a file that name chat route.js. Okay, and then you're gonna import, and it's gonna be express from express right here, and then I can import, and it's gonna be get history from controller, get chat history from controller. Okay, and this you're gonna add .js. Okay, and then I'm gonna import, and this gonna be auth right here from middleware, from this gonna be middleware / auth.js. Okay, then I can add con, and I can add chat router. I can name chat router equal to, and this gonna be express dot router right here. Okay, then I can add chat router dot, and this gonna be get method, and inside this I can add route name, and this gonna be history right here, and then you're gonna pass auth, and then you're gonna pass controller, and it's gonna be, and then you're gonna pass get chat history from controller. Okay, and then you're gonna export default, and this gonna be chat router. Okay, and then you're gonna go to server.js. So below this you're gonna add app dot, and it's gonna be you right here, and you're gonna add API slash, and it's gonna be chat, okay, and then you're gonna add auth. Sorry, no auth, so I can delete this right here. So this is gonna be controller, router, so you can add chat router, okay. You're gonna import chat router right here. So that's it. Okay, so I gotta check error. Okay, so you need to change this to create. You have to correct this right here. Create it, add, okay. Okay, so that's all. Okay, so right now I gonna close all of this. Yeah, I gonna work with front end, so I gonna close back end, then I can open front end, and then I'm gonna go to pages, and I can select chat.js right here. So then you're gonna import you state and you effect, and you right here from React. It's gonna be right. Okay. Okay, so the next step you're gonna import a shows from, and it's gonna be a show. Okay, so I need to check in package.json. So we don't have a show, so right now we're gonna install a show in React. Okay, so I need to cd my project. Okay, then I can say npm install a shows right here, then I can press enter. Okay, so right now I have installed a show already, so I can close all this. Okay, then I can say a show, yeah, and then I'm gonna go to package.json. I'm gonna looking for React icon, so a loose side and hot icon. So then I gonna type npm, yeah, I can install React hot toast, so I can say npm install React hot toast. So then I gonna press enter. Okay, so right now in package.json I have installed React hot toast. So then I'm gonna go to chat, then I can import, and this is gonna be toast from React hot toast right here, and then I'm gonna add another, and this is gonna be toast. It's gonna be toaster right here, toast and toaster. Okay, and below I'm gonna add a shows, yeah, a show dot default dot, I can add base URL right here equal to import dot meta dot env dot, then you're gonna import with underscore base underscore URL right here. This is API, so you're gonna import. So yeah, I gonna create with base URL, and then this a backend right here, port 3000. So you're gonna add this right here, and then you're gonna go to chat, then you're gonna import env that, yeah, that name with underscore base URL right here. This is a credential from .env. Okay, so I gonna add con, and this gonna be, I can add message right. Okay, message and right equal to you right. Okay, and this gonna be null. Okay, then I'm gonna add another con, and this gonna be use state, so I can say selected item, yeah, selected item, and then I'm gonna set selected item. Okay, and this gonna be you state. Okay, and this is gonna be null in default. Then I can add con, and this is gonna be is loading. I can set is loading equal to u state, and then this is gonna be false. Okay, in default. Then I can add con, and this is gonna be free usage. I can set free usage, okay, equal to use state, and then initialize 0 in default right here. And then I can add another con, and it's gonna be plan. I can set plan use state, and then we're gonna add string, and this plan is gonna be free in default. Okay, and then another I can add con. Then I can set form data. I can set form data equal to use state. Use state. And then I can set, and this is going to be curly braces, and then I can say from. I can set from empty string, and then mood I gonna set in default type right here. Okay, so the next step, you're gonna scroll down. You're gonna looking for span AI chat right here. So I can flop. I can say if plan equal to premium. Okay, then I can output span tag right here. Okay, then I can add class name. I can add class name take the 10ph bg indigo 600/20 take indigo 400 border indigo 500 slash and 30 ph2 py 0.5 rounded full font medium, and this can be premium. Okay, and then you can scroll down, and this is button. So button I can add on click, and then I gonna add start new chart right here, start new chart function. So I gonna copy this, then I gonna scroll up, and then I can create a function. So below this I can say con equal to arrow function. Then I can add set selected item right here, return now, and then I can add set messages, and this array. Okay, and then I can add row. So I gotta copy this right here. So, and then I gonna paste inside this right here array, and this is object right here. Okay, the next step, I can add set form data. Set form data, and then I can add from. From, and it's gonna be empty string right here, and then mood I can use take right here, take. Okay, and then I can add import. This is gonna be import arrive dot current dot focus right here. Okay, import right, so we can add input right. So I can add con, and it's going to be input right equal to u right, and in default we're gonna set now right here. Okay, and then current, so we're gonna add can be empty right here, and then focus right here. So the function we're gonna start a new chat. So this is assistant and this content. We're gonna say hello, I can help you with text or images. And below I can set form data from anti-string, mood, and text. Okay, input right, current, focus. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll down. Okay, in content section right here, in content section, so I'm gonna work with SG, message content right here. So right now I'm gonna go to terminal, then I can install React Markdown. So I can say npm install React Markdown. So I can press enter. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to package.json. So I can check React Markdown right here. Then I'm gonna close this package. So I gonna import. Then you're gonna scroll up. So I gonna minimize this. Then you're gonna import React Markdown from React Markdown right here. You're gonna import this. Okay, so the next step I can install. I gonna type npm install remark gfm. This is a icon, so you can output icon from AI, something like that. So I can press enter. Okay, and then you're gonna go to package.json, and you see this is remark gfm right here. So I gonna close this. Okay, then I gonna import remark gfm from remark gfm right here. You can import this, and then I gonna scroll down. I gonna import React Markdown right here. Okay, and then I gonna delete div right here. Then I gonna move this inside React Markdown right here. React Markdown for the text, so we're gonna output a better text that look good than a raw text from AI, something like that. Okay, and in React Markdown, so I gonna add remark plugin equal to remark gfm that from import about right here. Okay, and then I gonna put component. I can say component right here. So component, so I gonna create a file. So this is a document. So inside document, I gonna create a file that name index.md, and then I gonna paste right here. So you're gonna copy this right here, component. You're gonna copy component. Then I gonna go to a chart. Then I gonna paste this with a component right here. Okay. This is for H1 tag that we gonna output some style from H1, H2, EM code, something like that. Mean to make text and icon look better, something like that. So we're gonna use remark gfm and React Markdown right here. Okay, so the next step you're gonna go to and this is for message right here. So below this I can add another. So this I can say loading dot right here. I can work with loading dot. Okay, then I can add this gonna be, I can say if loading true, so I can output I can add div right here. Okay, and div, I can add another div right here. Okay, and below div, I can add another div. Okay. And inside div, I can add icon, sparkle icon. Yes, sparkle icon. And then I'm gonna add size. And this is gonna be 14. Okay. And then I'm gonna add class name. And this is gonna be text dash y. Okay. Okay, and inside div, I can add class name, flag, get 3, item, sender. Okay, you can add this. And inside div, I can add class name, w, age, and age, rounded, lg, bg, indigo, 600, flag, string, 0, flag, item, sender, certified, sender. Okay. Okay, and in div right here below, so I can add. So below div right here inside div, I can add class name and class name bg zin 800 border zin 700 rounded 2xl rounded tl sm ph4 py3 flag item sender gap 1.5. So you can add class name inside this. And below I can add span. Okay. Okay, inside span I can add class name w1.5, age 1.5, bg indigo 400, rounded full, animate, bounce. And then I can add style. So style I can add animation, delay, 0, millisecond right here. So then I gonna copy this right here. I gonna copy this. So you're gonna copy this 3 times. And then I can change this to 150. And I can add 300. Okay, 300 millisecond and 150 millisecond right here. This is a 3 dot. Okay. Okay, and then below div right here. Okay, below div, I can add ref, message and ref right here. I can add ref inside below this a 3 dots right here. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll down. So yeah, below div right here, input area. So below div, I can say free usage, and then I gonna flop right here. I can say if line not equal to premium and free usage greater than 0, then I can output this right here. And below div I can add div right here, and I can add span. Okay, so I gonna cut this right here, and I gonna paste below. This is a span right here, and below span I can add another div. Okay, and inside span I can output free usage. Okay, right here, and then /10 free. Okay, and then I gonna add class name. So this is gonna be text 10ph, text zin 500, font medium, white space, no wrap, and yeah, we're gonna add this class name right here. And also I can add inside div, I can add class name, flag item sender, get 3 ph1. Okay, and inside div right here, so I can add class name, flag 1 h1, bg zin 800, rounded full, overflow hidden. Okay, and then I can add another div right here, and below div I can add class name, age full, rounded full, transition all, duration 500. And then I can flop if remaining less than equal to 0 or equal to 1 is true. I can add bg red 500. If false, remaining less than or equal to 3, so I can output bg yellow 500 or bg indigo 500. So you're going to add this class name right here. This is a TailwindCSS. Okay, and then you're going to add below, you're going to add style. So with reuse6/10 multiplied by 100, and this is percentage right here. And okay, and span div, and below div right here inside div I can add, I can flop. I can say remaining less than or equal to 2. Then I can output. This is span, so you can add span right here. Inside span I can add curly braces and this remaining less than equal to 0 if true, so I can say upgrade to continue. If false, $sign, then I can say remaining, and then life right here. Okay, and then I can add bracket inside this right here. Sorry, this is not bracket. I can add backtick inside it. Okay, you can add backtick right here, and this is gonna be close curly braces right here because we prop remaining variable right here. And in span, so I can add class name. I can minimize a little bit. I can enter new line, so I can add class name, take 10 ph, white space, no wrap, font medium, and this I can prop remaining less than or equal to 0 is true, so I gonna put red, take red 400, if false, take yellow 400 right here. You're gonna add class name inside span right here. Okay, so right now I gonna work with remaining right here, so you're gonna scroll up. Inside this, below this, I can add con, and this is going to be remaining equal to 10 minor free usage. Okay, so the next step I can add con, and this is going to be is limit reach, okay, equal to plan not equal to premium. If true, then I can add remain less than equal to 0 right here. So I can scroll down. Okay, so right now I can work with import box right here, and then I can work with mood import. So below this I can add on click right here, and then I can add function, and then I can add toggle mood right here. Then I can pass this tag, mood in tag right here. So right now I can work with a function that name toggle mood right here. I can copy this, then I can scroll up. Okay, so below this I can add con, then I can paste right here equal to arrow function, and inside bracket I can pass mood right here. Okay, and then I can set this gonna be form data, and then curly braces, and this 3 dot, this is spread operator, and then I can add form data, and then I gonna pass mood right here. Okay, so I can cut this so we don't use curly braces right here. So I can set form data. Okay, and then I can add handle chain. I'm gonna work with handle chain, so I can say this is handle chain function equal to arrow function, and then I can set from data right here, and inside bracket I can add even right here, and this curly braces and spread operator from data, and then I gonna put from here, from right here, and from gonna be e dot target dot and the value. Okay, we're gonna put value inside from. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll down, so we're gonna work with a button right here, import button right here. Yeah, this is it text. So when I click text, so it is value text, and then send to backend right here, send to Express.js. So okay, so right now I'm gonna change class name, so I can delete this class name, then I can create a new class name right here. So I can add flex item center gap 1.5 ph3 py1 rounded lg text hs font medium transition right here, and font medium. So I'm gonna spell a little bit right here. Okay, font medium transition color, and from data dot mode equal to type is true. I can output bg indigo 600. Type y if false, I can output type zin 500, and hover type zin 300 right here. So yeah, so we enter a new line, and then I can inside button I can add Thai icon. So Thai icon size 12 and take right here. Okay, so right now I'm gonna work with another button right here, and this is button, and the first button, and this is a button that the second that I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna copy this right here, and then below this I'm gonna I'm gonna change this to images right here, and everything the same. So and then class name. So yeah, so class name, so I'm gonna delete this class name right here. I'm gonna add a new class name, and this is I'm gonna enter new line. So I'm gonna add class name, and this is flex item center gap 1.5 ph3 py1 rounded lg text hs font medium transition color, and then I gonna output from data dot mode equal to image is true. I gonna output text indigo bg indigo 600. Okay, so right now I'm gonna work with import row below. So from data you're gonna add this, gonna be on submit right here. Okay, so then I'm gonna type handle submit right here, and below I can add array, and this gonna be import array function that I have created from the previous right here, import array. Okay, and then I can add this, gonna be value. So value I can add from data dot, and value I can add from. Okay, and then I can add on chain, and this gonna be handle chain. Okay, and below I can add on key down right here, and then I can add is loading or is limited reach right here, and then I can add placeholder. So I can delete this placeholder right here. Okay, and then I can add curly braces right here. Then I can say is limited reach is true. So I can output upgrade to premium right here, to continue. Then I can add 3 dot, and then I can say if false. So yeah, if false right here, and then I can add from data dot mode right here equal to images, and then if true, if images is true, so I can say describe the images you want. Okay, then I can add 3 dot, and then if no images, so I can output anything 3 dot. Okay, so right now I can work with handle chain right here. So I can scroll up, and then I gonna paste handle chain. Okay, I have a set already right here. This is handle chain. Okay, then I gonna scroll down and looking for import right here. So right now I can work with handle submit. So I gonna copy this function. So I gonna scroll up, and then I gonna create a function below this right here. So I can say con, and then I gonna paste handle submit equal to arrow function right here. Okay, in bracket I can add event right here, and then inside before this I can add a scene right here. So then I can add e dot prevent default function right here, prevent default function, and then I can say if not from data, dot from right here, then I can add trim function. Then this gonna be or is loading, then I gonna return nothing. Okay, if not from data dot from and is loading, return nothing. And then I can add con, I can add current from, so I can add current from equal to from data dot from right here, and then I can add another con, and this gonna be current mood equal to, and this gonna be from data dot mood, and then I can set message. This is gonna be message right here, set message, and then I can add previous arrow function, arrow key, and then I can add square bracket, and this can be spread operator and previous, and then I can add curly braces and role equal to user. Okay, and then content, I can add current from. Okay, current from, and then mood I gonna add current mood right here. The next step I can add set form data right here, set form data, and then I can add curly braces, and this is gonna be spread operator from data and from. It's gonna be from. Okay, can be empty string. Okay, then I can set loading return true. Okay, so below I can use try catch block right here, try catch block. Okay, so the next step I can add con, and it's gonna be token equal to await get token, and then I can say skip cache right here, return true. Okay, then I can add con, and it's gonna be data equal to await, and then I gonna add a source dot, it's gonna be post method right here. Okay, and then I can add, this gonna be route name, so API slash, and it's gonna be AI slash generate. Okay, make sure that you have put in Express.js in generate right here. This is route name, and then this gonna be enter new line. Then I can say it's gonna be data from, from, and then current from right here, and then I'm gonna pass mode, and then this gonna be current mode. Okay, that's all. And okay, and then this gonna be header, so I gonna add header right here. Authorization, then I can add backend and mirror right here, mirror. Then I gonna pass token, this gonna be token right here, and then content type, this gonna be content type, application, and this gonna be /json, application /json right here. Okay, so then you're gonna the next step I gonna say if success, I can say it's gonna be if data dot success curly braces, and then I can set message, set message, and it's gonna be previous, and then square bracket, and then this gonna be spread operator, previous, curly braces, role assistant, and this can be content, data dot result, and then mode, I can add current mode right here. Okay, then I can add conditional, so I can check if data dot plan not equal to premium, premium, then I can set message, then inside this I can add data dot free usage. Okay, pre-usage underscore usage right here, and then I can add set plan right here. I can add data dot plan, and then below I can add con, and it's going to be remaining equal to 10 minus data dot pre-plan, pre-usage right here, pre-usage. And below I can check if remaining less than or equal to 0, then I can add toast. This is going to be toast dot error right here. Then I can say you reach your free usage right here. Your free limit, something like that. Upgrade to premium. Right here, and then I can add duration message right here. And it's going to be curly braces duration message. So this is going to be 6,000 milliseconds right here. And then I can say if right here, if remaining less than or equal to 2, so I can output toast. Then I can add backend, and then I can say only, then I can drop $ curly braces, and it's going to be remaining free message. So message. So this I can add $, then I can say remaining equal to 1 if true. I can add empty string, and then if false I can add a right here. This is a singular and plural, and then this is going to be live right here. And then I can add this going to be duration. So I can say duration 5,000 milliseconds right here. And then I can add style, style, and style I can add this is going to be background, then this is going to be color code. So I can add hashtag 18181 and V right here. This is a color code right here. Then this is going to be color. I can add hashtag and FACC15. Okay, and then I can add border right here. Border, and this is going to be 1px right here. Solid. Then I can add color code CA404 right here. And then below if, so I can add this is going to be L right here. So sorry, I'm gonna delete this right. I'm gonna cut this. Then this inside this right here, plan. So I can gonna pay right here. I can say L. Okay, right here. And then I can set plan, and it's gonna be premium. And the next step is if right here, and then I can add L. I'm gonna add con, and it's gonna be SG right here, message. Sorry, I gotta delete this right here. Then I'm gonna say if data dot limit and reaches. Then I can add toast dot error. Then I can say you use all 10 free message. Then I can add duration and this is going to be 6,000 milliseconds. And inside this, I can add L con msg equal to data dot message include, this can be include function, this can be right here, include function for 29 or data dot message dot include status setter code right here. If true, so I can add data dot message or AI fail to respond. This can be L, okay. If so, I can add AI, and this can be services is busy. Please try again in a moment. And then if false, so I can add data dot message, or I can output AI fail to respond. Okay, and then I can add toast dot error. Then I can pass message msg right here. Okay, so the next step you're gonna go with catch block right here. So I can work with catch block, so I can add con. So I can add console dot error submission error. Then I can pass error right here. Then I can add toast dot error. Error can be now dot respond, can be now dot data, can be now dot message, and then this can be or connection error. Then I can add set message, set message, previous arrow key, and then this gonna be square bracket spread operator 3 dot previous curly braces right here, arrow key right here, and then I can add role, and this gonna be assistant, and this gonna be content. I can say sorry something, please check your connection, and then I can add mood, and this gonna be take. And after catch, so I can add finally I can add set loading right here, return false. Okay, the next step you're gonna scroll down. You're gonna check in import right I have created already, and on chain I have created already, and on key down loading or limit reaches I have created this function already. So we can scroll up, we will see is limited. This is a function that I have defined. Then I can scroll down and key down. So sorry, you have to cut this right here, and this is disable right here, disable. Then I gonna pay loading or is limited right here, we're gonna add disable. And this is on key, so I create a function that name handle. This gonna be key down. Then I gonna copy this function handle key down. Then I scroll up. Below this I create con, and I gonna pay handle key down equal to arrow function. Okay, and this is even. You're gonna add e right here, even, and then I can say if e dot key equal to enter. Then I can say and not e dot shift key right here, shift key. Then I can add e dot prevent default prevent, prevent default function. And below I can add handle submit right here. And then I'm gonna pass e. Okay, so the next step I can work with message and ref right here. So I can add messages and ref. Then I can create below. I can use a effect right here. Use effect, arrow function and dependency. And then I can add message and ref right here. Dot current can be now dot scroll into view, and then behavior. I can add smooth behavior right here, behavior. Okay, and then in dependency I gonna add message right here. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll down. Yeah, right here you see loading dot, so you're gonna add div and write message and write right here. This is a data that store new message. When new message comes, so it will show new message right here. So we're gonna add this. Okay, so right now I'm gonna work with assign. I scroll down. Yeah, you see this is assign, so I'm gonna add on select chart, so handle chart selection right here. So then I'm gonna create a function that name handle chart selection. So I can copy this. Then I'm gonna scroll up. Yeah, below effect, so I can add con. I'm gonna paste that function equal to arrow function. Right here. So in this, I can accept item right here. And then below, I can set this gonna be select item. Selected item right here function. Then I can pass item inside this right here. And then I can set message. And set message, I'm gonna add square bracket. And this gonna be curly braces. And this is role, so I can set role, and this is going to be user, and then content item dot content, and then mood, so I can set item dot mood right here, and another I gonna, and it's gonna be curly braces role. So yeah, I'm gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna paste this right here. And this is assistant. And then content, and then assistant, we're gonna content gonna be result right here. And mode right here. Result, or I can say this is gonna be no response. Yeah, no response found. If no content, we can add no response found. And then item and mood. Okay, keep the same right here. Okay, and below I gonna set form data, and this is gonna be preview, and then little key curly braces, and this spread operator. Sorry, this is gonna be bracket and curly braces, spread operator, preview. Then I can set mode item dot mood. Okay, so right now handle chart selection will pass through through assign. Yes, through assign, and then I'm gonna go to assign page right here. I'm gonna work with assign page data. So I'm gonna click component, and then this gonna be assigned. So I gonna pass that prop inside assign right here, inside this right here. So and then you're gonna go to chart. So I gonna put toast message. So I can add this gonna be fragment. So I gonna cut this, and then I gonna close fragment inside a whole div right here. Okay, and then this gonna be toast. So I gonna add this gonna be toaster right here, and then I gonna pass that position right here. Toaster it is a message, so I gonna put position top center, and toast option we have style, background, and this color ID, color code ID, and color border right here. So background we're gonna add this right here. Okay, so right now I'm gonna check all the code in chat.js8. So yeah, you have to check in data.success right here. So I'm gonna change this to this is set message. So I'm gonna change this to set free usage right here. Set free usage. Okay, so you have to change this. Okay, and handle key down. So you're gonna change this to uppercase right here. Enter. So then you're gonna scroll down. You see a free usage bar right here. So I'm gonna update this. Okay. I'm gonna update this. So I'm gonna delete this right here. So I'm gonna replace with close slash right here. So in free usage bar, so you're gonna update this. So yeah, I'm gonna delete this right here, and this is gonna be close slash right here, div, and then you're gonna add close slash right here. You're gonna close div right here. Okay, then you're gonna scroll down and add a button right here. So I can add disable right here. So I can add is loading return true or not from data. Yeah, not from data dot from, and it's going to be dot trim function, and it's going to be or is limited reach right here. So you can add this. Okay, so the next step I'm gonna work with assign.js right here. So then I can import. You state and you effect right here. So you state and you effect. Okay, and then I can import a shows import. Yes, a show from a show right here. Okay, and then I can import use auth from Clerk. Use auth from Clerk. Okay. So use auth I have installed on this, so I gonna delete this because it deprecated. So I gonna delete this right here. We use only one. Okay. Okay, so below I gonna create another use state, and it's gonna be history. Yeah, history set history right here equal to you state, and history can be null right here. I gotta set default null, and you state empty array. I gonna set data is empty array right here, and then I gonna add another con is loading right here. Set is loading equal to use state right here. So then I gonna set for in default. Okay, and below I gonna create a fetch history that is fetch data from backend right here. So I can say con and it's going to be fetch history. Yeah, fetch history equal to arrow function, and inside bracket I can add a scene right here, and below this I gonna use try catch block right here. So in try I can add con. So in try I can add con, and it's gonna be token equal to await get token. Yeah, and then I can add another con, and it's gonna be data equal to await. I'm gonna pass a source right here. Yeah, a show dot, and it's gonna be get method right here. And then I'm gonna add route name slash API slash, and it's gonna be chat slash history right here, history. And then this gonna be header. Yeah, header authorization. Then I'm gonna add backtick right here, and it's gonna be bearer space, and then we're gonna add $sign curly braces, and we're gonna pass token right here. Okay, so below I can say if data dot status, or we can say success. If data dot success, then we're gonna set history. Yeah, gonna set history. Then I can add data dot message. Okay, so and in catch block, so I can add console dot error right here. Then I can say fail to fetch history right here, fail to fetch history. Then I can add error. Okay, and below I can add finally right here, and then I can set loading return false. Okay, and the next step I gonna add effect, and this is gonna be arrow function and dependency, and effect I gonna pass fetch history right here, fetch history. Okay, so the next step I gotta add prop, and it's gonna be curly braces and prop, and this is gonna be on. Yeah, I gonna go to chart, then I gotta copy. Yeah, I gotta copy this right here. Then I gotta pass on select chart right here. Okay, and then in this you so below, so you're gonna add format label, so I can say con. Then I gonna create a function that handle label, so it's gonna be format and label right here equal to a function, and inside bracket I can add content right here, and this I gonna say content. Yeah, content dot length greater than 32 right here. If true, so I gonna add content dot slide. This is gonna be slide function, and then 32. We're gonna output only 32 letter right here, and then plus 3 dot right here, dot 3 dot, and then if false we're gonna output content. With less than 30 letters we're gonna output content right here. Okay, Okay, and next step I can add con, and it's gonna be a format, format date right here, arrow function, and inside bracket I gonna pass date str right here, date string right here, curly braces, and then I can add another con date equal to new date right here, new date function, and then I gonna pass date str. This is date str no data, this date str right here, and below I can add another con, and this gonna be day equal to math dot floor, and then inside floor I gonna add bracket, and it's gonna be date right here dot now function, and then we're gonna minor date right here, minor date, and then we're gonna slash mean divided by this is gonna be 8 6 4 0 0 0 0, mean 5 times 0 right here. Okay, so I can add condition. So if day equal to 0, and then I gonna return today right here, we're gonna say today, and then I can say another if day equal to 1, and then I gonna return, and it's gonna be yesterday. Okay, yesterday. So I'm gonna add another condition, and it's gonna say if day less than 7 right here, less than 7, I gonna return by take $sign curly braces, and it's gonna be day, day d and ago. It's gonna be ago right here, and I gonna return date dot to string to local date string right here, to local date string. Okay, so then you're gonna scroll down. So new chat, so you're gonna add on click. So I'm gonna spell a little bit right here, and this I can say on click right here. So on click I can add function, and this is gonna be I can add window dot location right here dot reload function. When you click new chat, and then I gonna let that button to reload the new chat right here. We're gonna refresh. Okay, so then you're gonna scroll down. You see history right here. So yeah, I'm gonna minimize this. So I can work with history in p tag right here. So I can say if loading true. I can say if loading true. So then I gonna enter. Then I can add div right here. Inside div I can add message square. Okay, and then this gonna be size. Size I can add 20, and below I can add p tag right here. Okay, and then I can say no conversation. No conversation yet, and then I can add this gonna be br, and this gonna be start one about right here. So below history I can add is loading, if loading true, so I can output div right here, and inside div I can add icon. This gonna be load loader 2 right here, loader 2 icon. And I can add size 14 right here. And below loader 2 icon, so I can add span right here. And here I can say loading dot mean loading 3 dot right here. Okay, and inside this you can add class name, plate item center, justify sender, get to py 10 take zin 600 right here. You can add this class name. Okay, and inside span, so you can add class name take .hs right here. And then if false, so loading if false, I can add history right here, history dot len, history dot len equal to 0 if true, so I can output. I can add div right here. Inside div I can add message square, and I can add size, this can be size 20, and below I can add p tag right here. And then I can say no conversation yet. Then I can add BR. I say start one about right here. And then inside this, so I can add class name, take plate call item sender, justify sender, py 10 get to take zin 600. And then p tag, so I can add class name, take hs, take sender, loading, relax. Okay, and then if history.length equal to 0, we can output this. And if false, so I can say if false, so we can output div right here, div. So then I gonna cut this right here, so I can select this. Then I gonna control X, I gonna replace with the code right here, so you're gonna replace with this code right here. Okay, and below this, so I gonna flop, and then I can say history, history right here. I can add map, I gonna map all listing from a chart right here. And then I can add item right here, arrow key, and this gonna be bracket right here. And then I gonna cut this button right here, control X, then I gonna paste inside this map right here, so I can spell it a bit. Okay, and inside map, so I can add bracket right here, we can add bracket, and this gonna be a close bracket right here. Okay, and I can add a little bit space right here. And inside bottom I can add key right here, key, and this gonna be item.id. And then I can add on click right here, arrow function, and then I gonna pass on select chart right here function, and then this gonna be item right here. And span, so span I can flop, and this I gonna say item dot mood right here, item dot mood equal to image if true, if true I can output, this gonna be image icon right here, image icon from lucid icon right here. And I can add size, and size this gonna be 13 right here. And if false, so I can output message square, and size, so I can add 13 right, 13. Okay, so you're gonna scroll down, in span message, so and history message, so I gonna flop, and it's gonna be curly braces. Then I can add form label right here, I have created already, this is form label right here. We gonna handle letters, how many letters you're gonna output in a web browser. And then I can add item dot content right here. Okay. Okay, and this is a date right here, so I can delete this. And then I can say, yeah, curly braces, and it's gonna be form date, format date right here, function. And inside it, I can add item dot created at right here. And then you're gonna scroll down. Yeah, you see this is a user profile, so I'm gonna work with user profile. So this is correct right here, and scroll down. This is user.full name. Okay, good. Okay, I have fixed already right here. Okay. Okay, then I'm gonna check all the code right here. So you're gonna update this. Yeah, I'm gonna copy this, then control, and then you can control A right here to search. I gotta pay. Here we have two, so we have to fix this, and this is gonna be I, not O right here. So you have to change this right here to a correct word. Okay, and then so yeah, scroll. I can set is loading return true in default right here. So you're gonna set return true. Then you're gonna scroll down. So I'm gonna search loader 2 right here, loader 2 icon. Okay, right here. So you're gonna add a class name. So and it's gonna be I'm gonna add class name, animate dash spin right here. So then you're gonna scroll down. Yeah, inside this, so I can add. Yeah, I'm gonna enter new space right here, and then I can enter this right here. Okay. So yeah, in this part of the problem, so you're gonna delete this one. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so right now I'm gonna cd my project AI chatbot, and it's gonna be front end right here. Then I'm gonna add npm run dev. Okay, I can open. I can open in the web browser. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this right here. Go to web browser. I gotta pay. Okay. And then I'm gonna open backend, so I can see this is gonna be AI chatbot backend right here. npm run server. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to web browser. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, then I click get started right here. So we don't have message. So right now I gotta tell AI, so tell me your joke right here. Yeah, then I gonna click send right here. Okay, so okay, successfully. This is a free plan right here. We have only 10 free messages. Okay, then I can select images. Then I can say lovely boy playing with cat right here. So I can enter. Okay, maybe better playing with chat. No, sorry, I typed something wrong. Maybe cat, but I put chat right here. Lovely boy playing with chat. Okay, and that's all for this. So I can refresh right here. I can click new chart. I can refresh. You see new chart right here. Yeah, so right now I'm gonna go to web browser, and we have no data from a history chart. So, but in Neon DB, so we have many messages. I mean, we have many data in DB right here. So the problem, in backend. So I'm gonna go to backend, and then I'm gonna go to server right here. I'm gonna go to chart route right here. and correct, and then go to server. So server, we have to add slash in API, so we're gonna add slash right here. Okay, and then we're gonna go to web browser again. I'm gonna refresh. You see, this is history chat, so I can select tell me your cat right here. So it show lovely cat right here. Okay. Okay, so everything gonna be fine. That's all for this project. Okay, so right now I can create a file that name vercel.json in both front end and back end right here. So this is back end. So I'm gonna click this. Then I name that file vercel.json right here. This is backend. So right now you're gonna go to index.md. So I have created that file. So you're gonna copy Vercel. This is backend. So I'm gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna go to Vercel. I'm gonna paste inside this. Okay. Okay, and then the next step you're gonna go to server.json right here. So you're gonna delete this app listen right here. So I can delete this. And then I'm gonna replace with con default. Yeah, con default, and it's going to be app right here. So this is export, no, not con. So it's going to be export default app right here. Okay, and then you're going to go to package JSON right here. Okay, in script, so you're going to add start and node server.js right here. Okay, then so I'm going to close all of this. Okay, then I'm gonna go to AI Chatbot front end right here. So I'm gonna create a file that name vercel.json right here. And then I'm gonna go to index.md. So scroll down, you see this is a vercel.json. So you're gonna copy all of this, then you're gonna paste inside this right here. Okay. And then in .env file, so yeah. Okay, so right now I can create git ignore in a full stack folder. So it's going to be .git ignore right here. Okay, and then I can paste right here node modules and .env file from both front end and back end right here. Okay. Okay, so then I'm gonna close all of this. Then I'm gonna go to my GitHub account. Then I'm gonna create repository right here. New repository. Then you're gonna name, so I name it AI Chatbot. Yeah, AI Chatbot full stack right here. And then I'm gonna click public right here. I'm gonna click publish to be private right here. Then I'm gonna click create repository right here. Okay. And then I'm gonna go back and then I'm gonna open terminal right here. So this is AI Chatbot. So I can say git init right here. And then I can say git add dot, press enter. And then I can say git commit. This is going to be git commit dash and then I can say initialize full stack project right here. Okay, then I'm gonna press enter. Okay, then I'm gonna go to GitHub right here. So yeah, I'm gonna copy this right here. I'm gonna copy all of this. Then I'm gonna paste. Then I'm gonna press enter. Okay, then I'm gonna copy git brand right here. So you're gonna copy this. Then you're gonna paste right here. And then I'm gonna copy push right here. Git push. Okay, then I'm gonna press enter. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to GitHub. Then I'm gonna refresh right here. So this is a project right here. And this is git ignore right here. So we have hi node modules and .env file right here. Okay. So right now I'm gonna go to Vercel, then I can start deploy. So I'm gonna click add new project. And then, yeah, I'm gonna add GitHub account right here. And then I click verify via Gmail. So I can open my Gmail. So then I'm gonna paste the code that I get from my Gmail, verify. And it's gonna be verified right here. Okay, so right now I can start deploy my project into Vercel. So I can select folder, select repository right here. So this is a AI chatbot full stack. Okay. Okay, and then I'm gonna click save right here. And then so you see AI chatbot full stack. So you're gonna click import right here. So then I'm gonna name that project. This is a server. So I can say AI server. Okay, then this is other. So I'm gonna leave that other, and then I'm gonna click edit right here, root directory right here. So I'm gonna select backend right here. Okay, and scroll down. Yeah, env file right here. So you have to copy all your env file variables. So I'm gonna go to backend .env file right here. So you have to copy all of this. Then you're gonna go to a cell and you're gonna paste inside this right here. And then you're gonna click deploy. Okay, so right now I have deployed backend API into Vercel. This is Express.js right here. So you scroll down, you see, continue to dashboard right here. Yeah, and then you're gonna click domains right here. You're gonna click under domain, and this is a URL, your API URL right here. Okay. So right now I'm gonna deploy a front end into Vercel. So yeah, I'm gonna click add new, and then this project right here. And then you're gonna scroll down, you see this is AI chatbot full stack. So you're gonna click import right here. And we do the same AI backend. So we're gonna change this to client right here. And then we're gonna select edit right here, and then select front end right here. Continue. And then you're gonna select environment variables. So you're gonna copy our environment variable. So I'm gonna close this. Then I'm gonna select env file, right? So you're gonna copy. So I gonna delete this right here. I gonna delete this with base URL because we have to copy the real backend API into with base URL right here. And then I'm gonna go to I'm gonna paste inside this right here. And then this you have to copy this URL right here. I'm gonna copy this, then I'm gonna paste with base URL key, and this is a value right here. Okay. And then I kind of click deploy right here. Okay, so right now front end deployed successfully. So right now I'm gonna scroll down, then I'm gonna click continue to dashboard. Okay, right here, then I'm gonna click domains right here. Okay, this is a full stack right here. So yeah, I can log in right here. And this is my name, Phanit right here, Gmail. I can sign in with Gmail using Clerk right here. Okay, yeah, we can manage account, something like that. Then I can click get started. So get started right here. Okay, this is a data that I have. Yeah, I have set in development. I have set in development mode right here. Okay, so I'm gonna test again. Okay, all right. So everything gonna be fine. So I hope you do well.